What's up? What up? What up, peeps? I forgot to set my timer here, so let me do that. Yes, what's up, everybody? How's it going, man? It's your dog, Toddy, checking in, checking in. You already know what it is. Welcome to the Waffle House. You know, thank God we made another Friday night. So we are here, and y'all know how I go on the Waffle House, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the commercials out of the way before we really get this thing started. Those of you who are watching on Facebook, those of you that are watching on YouTube, please make sure that you do smash that like button for your dog. You know what I'm saying? And feel free also to those of you that watch that are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Share the video also, please. Also, shares definitely help the channel out. You know what I'm saying? So you can share it to your Twitter, you can share it to your Reddit, you can share it to your Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Share it to your homeboy, your homegirl, your uncle, your cousin, your dogs. You know, but welcome, man. Welcome. It's great to be here. Falcons done start off 1-0. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know how I go. Let's go ahead and get these orders in early. Because y'all know the later it get, the longer it's going to take the kitchen to get your food out to you. Especially when the club let out. So let's go ahead and get your orders in early. You know what I'm saying? And that way you can get your food, get your drink, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, man. Enjoy the show. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and place your orders, man. You know, once again, this is the Waffle House, and I am your host, Toddy. We will be bringing the crew up also. We got a lot of things we're going to discuss as well, as we always do on a Friday night in the Waffle House. You dig? You know what I'm saying? So let's see who we got checking in already. We got my boy Jeff checking in, Grizz Nation. Y'all make sure y'all check out Jeff also on YouTube, man. One of the youngest, greatest YouTubers that's on this platform. So check out my dog Jeff. Subscribe to him. Show Jeff a lot of love. He's family of the show. Make sure you like his videos and subscribe to his channel also. What's up, Marina? Says, what's going on, Toddy? Let me get that all-star special and an orange juice. Order up. First order tonight. Marina, order up. You know we got you. Steven in here. What's up, Steven? How's it going? He says, let's go. What's up, Toddy? What's up with you, Steve? How you doing, brother? Falcons 1-0. I'm sure you and the family had a great time at the game. You did. Got my dog Beatsa 925 ENT is in the building. He says, let me get an all-star double waffle, egg scramble with cheese, hash brown smothered, small OJ. Make sure the waffle's golden brown and outside. Please rise up. Also, hold up. I got you, big dog. I got you. Appreciate you being here as always, man. Definitely appreciate you. Y'all make sure you get your orders in. Make sure you get them orders in. David in the building. What's up, David? What's up, Todd? Let me get a pork chop, grits, 2 eggs scrambled with cheese, coffee in the water, please. I got you. Hold up. We'll have it out for you within 20 minutes. You know, y'all all VIP. You know what I'm saying? I got my dog Dom in here. So what's up, Todd? What's happening with your dog? What's up? What's happening? How's it going? I got another VIP in here. We got Big Dog One Store in the building. Says, what's going on, Buck and Checks? Smash the like button. Yeah, hit that like button for me. Please hit that button for me, man. Christian Graham, man. What's up, Chris? How you been, man? Says, what's good, bro? What the rest of the crew, John and Mark? They'll be here, man. The crew, they'll be up here. You know what I'm saying? We're going to bring them up a little bit later. You know, they'll be here, and I appreciate you coming through. Brian Freeman, checking us out on the Atlanta Bird Gang page. What's up with you, Brian? Welcome, man. I'm glad that you are here. Shawty Red on the track. There go Red right there. What's happening with you, Red? Got my dog Millie Mills is in the building. What's up with you, Millie? How you doing, bro? How you doing? ATL supporter in the building. Says, what's up, Toddy? Barack Obama of Atlanta Bird Gang. What's happening with your Atlanta supporter? Always glad to have you here, brother. Glad you made it. Chris Graham says, I came to bang. Get me a double waffles with a side of bacon and eggs. Order up. I got you, bro. I got you. I got the Wolf is in the building. Wolf solidified. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do me a real big favor. We're going to bring Wolf up also in a moment, to holler at us. Y'all make sure y'all check out Wolf on YouTube. Click on the profile picture. Subscribe to the channel. Run the likes up. Run the comments up as well. What's happening with your Wolf in the house on the Waffle House edition? I got my bro James in the building. What's happening with you, James? What's going on with you, bro? Roy Ellison in here as usual. What's up, Roy? It's Todd. I didn't get my last 2 meals at the Waffle House. Am I able to redeem these meals for future points or future meals? Dang, what happened, Ray? You VIP too. What happened with you? How you didn't get your meals? What happened? We're going to straighten it out, bro. Don't worry about that. We're going to straighten it out. Shot of Red says, full meal tonight, double waffle, eggs with cheese, some hash browns and ketchup, bacon, orange juice, coffee, and don't forget the butter and syrup. Order up. I got you. My dog Javenture in the building. What's happening with you, Javenture? How you doing? How's it going? We got Red in here, so them hungry for some football and Falcons fans, the real ones. The real is back, like Jesus say, right? Boy, Jesus filed for divorce. Y'all seeing that? Snowman on file for divorce already, boy. Brian Fieldman says, BLT on 2, out like 1. Order up. I got you. Eric Parker in here. What's happening, Eric? Says coffee, 2 sausage links, and waffles with extra butter. Order up. I got you, Eric. Don't worry, I got you. Nando checking in says, what's up, Toddy? Let me get that grilled bacon, grilled chicken deluxe, double hash browns, covered and chucked with a Dr. Pepper, dog. Order up. I got you. We got John Harris in the building. How you doing tonight, John? Says, give me a cup of pork chops, seasoned scrambled eggs, no cheese, water, coffee, and give me a 1/4 pounder to go grill the buns and hold the garlic. Got you, John. I definitely got you, brother. Facebook users, what's up, crew? What's happening, Facebook users? What's going on? Wallace in here. What's up, Wallace? Says, let me get that T-bone well done with the cheesy grits and buttered toast and a big glass of orange juice. Order up. Facebook users, coffee with cream. I got you. Something light tonight. I got you. Millie Mills says, what's up with you, Wolf? That's the Atlanta supporter says, I'd like to have that Atlanta Bird Gang special at the Waffle House. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That ABG special. Let's get it. Facebook user says grits and cheese eggs. Order up. I got I got you. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so let's get it, y'all. Like, Green Bay coming up, right? Got Green Bay coming up. We came off a game where we beat the Panthers also. So we're gonna talk about the Panthers game. We're gonna talk about some other stuff as well. Also tonight, I should say. So we got a lot of stuff to discuss. We're gonna discuss the whole Kyle Pitts situation also. We're gonna discuss that as well. The Kyle Pitts, Dez Bryant. I spoke about that yesterday, and we're gonna talk about that as well. So we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to discuss. And again, for those of you that are watching right now on Facebook and on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button for me, man. Make sure to hit that like button for me, please. Thank you in advance. I got my bro Uncle Steve in the building. Also, Uncle Steve says he wants, and also before we get Uncle Steve order, y'all make sure to check out Uncle Steve also on YouTube. Make sure if you're not subscribed, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Run up the comments, run up the likes. Even though he is the background dancer for Southern Silk, that's my dog. That's my right hand. So show him some love. Uncle Steve says 2 eggs scrambled with cheese, scattered, smothered, covered, raisin toast, and some coffee with Splenda and cream. Hold up. I got you. Dave checking in says this is a measuring stick game for the team and these two quarterbacks. I agree with you on that. Ridder and Jordan Love. Steve says I like to order a plant-based eggs. Okay, I like that. That's my kind of meal. You were saying we eat alike. Low sodium, plant-based sausage, fruit and water. So I'm around when we finally win the Super Bowl. I heard that. Steven at that Waffle House in Buckhead, but we got connections up there too. What's happening with you, Steven? We'll say hit the likes. Yes, please hit the likes, y'all. Please hit the likes. Also, y'all, I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna bring 2 guests in here. We got 2 special guests. This is gonna be their first time in the Waffle House, y'all. One of them is I'm gonna bring Wolf in here. You know what I'm saying, I'm sure a lot of y'all already know the Wolf gonna be in the building. I'm also gonna bring another one of my dogs in here as well, y'all. We're gonna discuss a lot, you know what I'm saying, and then we're gonna bring everybody else in here as well. So let's go ahead and cut the music and get the show on the road. I'm also gonna bring my dog C Mo in here. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna bring him in here, and y'all make sure y'all show our guests some love like we always do. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to bring C-Mo in here also right now at this point in time. C-Mo, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the Waffle House, dog.
What's up, man? Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You coming in a little fuzzy, but I can't hear you.
Okay, I tried to do these headphones. I wasn't sure if it was going to be better doing that or laptop, but we'll see what we can make do right now.
Yeah, that came in a little better. Hey, everybody in the chat, how's his sound? How's C-Mo sound?
Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Awesome, man. Yo, thank you for having me on, man.
Hey, you welcome, bro. You're welcome. And thank you for coming on such short notice. And also, C-Mo, give me just a second. I'm going to bring our other guy in here also, Wolf. Let's welcome Wolf to the Waffle House. Wolf, how's it going, bro?
What's going on with y'all, man? Salute to y'all. Salute to everybody.
Doing great. And once again, y'all make sure to show Wolf some love on YouTube and run up the comments, run up the like, run up the subs as well. So we got Wolf and we got C-Mo. Fellas, I know y'all probably done spoke on it already because we got a variety of things that I want to talk to you both about. Before we get into the I guess more other things, let's start off with, and I know and people that's watching, y'all bear with us, you know what I'm saying? Bear with us. I know we're about to play the Packers, but I want to get some of you guys' thoughts after the Panthers game, and either one of you two can start it.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Oh man, I really like what I saw out there. I'm not 100% happy with the passing offense, but I'm definitely happy with the revamped defense. I feel like the money was well spent on going out and getting us a premier free safety. I was very happy with how we were able to run the ball. I think that we are able to get some pressure, are going to be able to get pressure on people. I've heard some people say they didn't like how we were able to just get they didn't like the pressure aside from the blitzing or whatnot. I think we were trying to probably stay a little bit conservative to, watch out for our mobile quarterback. I don't think that this week Love is going to be as athletic as Bryce Young was. So I think that's gonna be a little bit different as far as that. But I think we were much improved on defense. It's almost like night and day. I think there is some improvements that we need to make with Ridder. He probably holds the ball a little too long, but I think that maybe the preseason might have hurt him a little bit. Not taking a few more reps in preseason. I expect there to be some growing pains in between. But overall, I'm happy with where we are. I'm not so much about the stats. I think that we were built to be a smash mouth, run hard nosed, tough team, and that's how we're going to try to keep these contests this year. So.
Gotcha. And you said something real key that's been real key within the fan base thus far. You said you're not too concerned with the stats. You also pointed out you thought Ridder held the ball a little bit too long. So, Simo, it sounds like over and beyond, man. As long as them dubs coming, you ain't got a whole lot of complaining to do.
Yeah, no, not like how some people do. Some people are worried about, and again, I know we want to get Drake London more involved. We want to get Kyle Pitts the ball a little bit more. I'm not concerned about, making sure that Drake London is 7 for 78 in the touchdown. I want to make sure that we can take it, week by week, and we'll worry about getting into those matches as we need to get into them. I think it's better to be winning and build up the confidence first of this team and build that culture. So I think we're on a good start with that. And I think I like our chances against Green Bay too. Especially if Aaron Jones doesn't play. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but you probably want to bring it in as you do. But yeah, I like where we at right now.
Yeah, me too. First time having a winning record since I think 2017. So that's definitely a bonus.
Right.
All right. And also, once again, y'all, let's welcome Wolf to the Waffle House. And y'all make sure that you subscribe to Wolf's YouTube channel. Made some great content. And that's really why I wanted to have him on our show, because I've been watching, quite a bit of his videos. I watched his thoughts after this game. Wolf, tell us, what was going through the Wolf's mind watching the Panthers game and after the Panthers game.
Like I said, man, Desmond Ridder was shaky. He was shaky. I'm gonna stand on that. And everybody think I diss Desmond. Everybody thinks I don't like him and this, that, and the third. And it can't be farther from the truth. We all can't stand on the same island. Everybody can't stand on the same island, because then there's no point to having these shows. Right? I'm dissing him for motivational purposes, people. I'm dissing him for motivational purposes. Because he looked shaky out there. The first two passes, he looked like he had mom's spaghetti, like I said. Mom's spaghetti in his stomach. And this is the thing, right? That I don't understand, people. People act like we always going to have the lead in a game. Can he bring us back from 17 down? Can he make 2 turnovers and then go back in that locker room and make the adjustments so he could get us back in the ball game? We haven't seen none of that yet. I don't care what he did in Cincinnati. Cincinnati been already 2 years removed. It's what he gonna do now. If I ask you two a question, is he the 10-year guy? Are you sure he's a 10-year guy?
I'm not sure. I don't know about you, Simo. What you think? I'm not sure.
Nah, I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, I mean, like, you can't really ask that question. He hadn't played the whole season yet, even. But I'm not saying that we need to give him a whole 17 games yet.
But you got a lot of Falcon fans that's already crowning him. You got a lot of Falcon content creators.
Well, I mean, listen, I haven't heard anybody crowning Desmond Ridder yet.
I've heard a lot, because they even come at me with it. Look, you can see my last video. They came at me with it, and I had to respond, because I'm not dissing the kid. The defense did what they had to do. They gave him a short field, and he did what he had to do. He did what he had to do. The defense gave him a short field. He didn't have to drive the ball down 80 yards. He didn't have to make throws. Our Arthur Smith made the adjustment with Brian Burns because Brian Burns was like Godzilla in the first quarter.
Right.
He was like Godzilla in the first quarter. So we won. We won the game. I get that. But out of the 5 games, T, and I forgot the gentleman's name right here.
Simo,
T, in the 5 games he started, what competition has he really faced? I'm just asking the question. I mean,
we just saw a game where he went against one of the best edge rushers in the NFL. I mean, you can only play who's in front of you. So I don't think the conversation about Desmond Ridder right now needs to be, is he the future guy yet? I think that we need another 3 or 4 games just to see if we're going to keep rocking with him for the rest of this season. And we want to just see, is there going to be some growth and some other development with him? He definitely has some areas where he can improve, but we also have to improve for him as well too. I didn't mention this about the line, but I believe on like 50% of his dropbacks, I heard a stat today from another announcer who was saying that Desmond Ridder on 50% of his dropbacks, I think it was like 53% of his dropbacks, he was being pressured. I mean, you can't really throw from a pocket like that. So, like, granted, there are some parts that he needs to work on, but he could be a lot worse. He doesn't turn the ball over, and that's something that we could build on. He made some big plays for us down the stretch as well, too. A lot of people have been, kind of iffy about Kyle Pitts, but Kyle Pitts made some very key that long bomb that he threw into double coverage wasn't necessarily a great pass, but he got us there when we needed him to, and he didn't turn the ball over, and that's big. He didn't fumble. That's big, So we just have to take it 1 week at a time and keep going. Like, I'm not focused on trying to say, is he the quarterback of the future yet? Didn't necessarily expect him to be. This was a let's see what happens this season type of deal. But right now, I feel like we have a better chance than if we had Daniel Jones, for example. And for as bad as some people don't like Ridder, it could be worse. He could be turning the ball over like Justin Fields, or have not won those games that he played like Justin Fields. You gotta win who's in front of you. But Justin Fields is on like a 9-game losing streak right now, I think. So, I mean, there's a whole thing about playing within the offense. Tom Brady, right. And I'm not comparing him to Tom Brady, but Tom Brady wasn't a world beater his first 2 years. I mean, I think his first Super Bowl is kind of his coming out party.
But see, we got to stop comparing. We got to stop putting people in sentences that don't belong in sentences at the same time. You can't put Ridder in the same sentence as Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or none of these guys yet. You can't put him in the same conversation. He ain't done nothing.
I mean, everybody starts from somewhere where they didn't do anything.
Right.
You got to start somewhere.
I support the kid. I'm pretty sure he's a great young man. But listen, man. If we down like T, if we had, let's say, a Patrick Mahomes, and we down 17, we go into the locker room. You a little bit more confident. You got Patrick or Joe or Justin. That's all I'm saying. Listen, it's only one game. It's only one game. I get that, but let's not. Other people's points should be validated, and other people's points are not validated because we don't all agree on the same thing. And that's always what I preach. Listen, I think outside the box. I'm not from the South. I'm from the North. You know what I'm saying? So my battles are way different than a Falcon fan that live in the South. You see what I'm saying? I got to walk around here, with this logo, and you already know what that is. This was before the 28-3. This when Ray Buchanan was partying in South Beach and not concentrating on the Super Bowl when the Denver Broncos whooped their ass.
Yeah.
This is where Eli Manning and Eli beat us 28-2. I was there in the cold. This shit different for me, bro.
Nah, man, I feel you. I've been around since the blackout games, bro.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So when you can't just tell me, like, when motherfucker tell me, yo, listen, I always ask people. That's why I always ask people, yo, is he a 10-year guy?
But again, you're not gonna know that. You're not gonna know that in less than 10 games.
Okay.
Look at how long they gave Wilson up there in New York. Like it's his third season. I mean, like I didn't see again going back to Daniel Jones. I didn't see anything that was impressive about Monday night for him, and he just got an extension. It's hard to be a quarterback in this league. All I'm saying is, at least like go through some of this season and see what happens to him. Let him take some more snaps. I mean, for what it's worth, right? And I saw somebody in the chat say we need to unleash Ridder. We don't need to unleash Ridder. We need to let the game come to him as it is. But for as conservative as we played, we threw the ball 18 times, and he completed 15 of them. Now, would you be happier if he threw, let's say, 30 for 48 or 25 for 35 and had two interceptions, 2 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns, ran a touchdown, and we lost 27 to 35? Would you be happy with that?
I don't know about you, Seymour, but you ain't losing a lot of games if you had that type of play.
You can.
Yeah, but again,
if the defense isn't there, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean,
you telling me something that's
let's modify those numbers. Let's modify those numbers. Let's say that Desmond Ridder came out there and he ran for 50 yards and he threw for 200 some yards, 220, 250 yards or something like that. And he's able to make a lot more of these plays, but the team wasn't where it needed to be right now. Would you be okay with just saying, oh, at least we got us a guy, or do you want to win right now and worry about getting that quarterback as you need to get to it? Because I'm gonna give you two parallels, right? At one point, they won a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer in Baltimore. And I know you're gonna say, oh, this isn't 2000, whatever, 2001 or 2000, that Baltimore team, not 98, 99 or whatever. But at the same token, a few years ago, you mentioned Patrick Mahomes earlier. San Francisco was in a Super Bowl with Jimmy G.
Right.
You know, you don't need your quarterback to be but so great to win. If you go and they would have won that ball game if the same guy who didn't cause 28-3 didn't get full of himself and want to try to make the quarterback look a lot better and try to answer those type of questions and win in a fashion and win in a style. If you're out there, if your identity is to be a play action team, then be that. You know, another guy I'll give you up in Detroit, Jared Goff. They went to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff out there with those Rams behind Todd Gurley and a moderately good defensive team. That team wasn't nearly as good as it was when they actually won the Super Bowl. And they ran into Bill Belichick, unfortunately.
Yeah, but look, the people that you mentioned are proven people.
Jared Goff wasn't a proven person. Jimmy G is not nothing. Nothing is proven about Jimmy G.
AOT.
I would not be happy if I had Jimmy G right now.
In 2000, when the Baltimore Ravens were hot, so was Little John. So was Little John ain't hot now. Little John ain't hot now. You feel what I'm saying? He was hot in 2000. He's not hot now.
So what is it? So what is it that you
feel me? We need to win now.
We just won.
Because the rebuild, like I said, when you stand online for processed food, you want a home cooked meal, just like you did with the Bell. Pick up the order. You want some home cooked shit. You don't want no processed food no more. How long we gonna process?
So what's the problem? What do you want to see right now?
Ritter's not the guy.
Huh?
Ritter's not the guy.
So well, let me ask you this. Well, what makes you sure from your own perspective and your opinion that Ridder isn't a guy? Because this is a real hot topic all week since the game. So
look, yo, T, when you confident in a guy, the whole fan base gonna say it. Right? So I'm stepping outside the box. Right? I'm stepping all the way to the left and going against every content creator you could think of. Because I'm not going to crown him with 5 games. I'm not doing that. Okay, no, cool.
I'm not crowning him. I don't know if he's the guy yet. I'm saying we need to.
But let me land my plane. Let me land my plane. See, let me land my plane. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying he look. When I've been battling Panther fans, Saints content creators, and the NFC South I've been battling them on their panels.
Right.
That's always the question, right? The question is, is Ridder the guy? Is Ridder the guy? Is Ridder the guy? Is Ridder the guy? It's the first question. I'm like, listen, man, he's the guy for now. He's the guy for now. Right. So I don't know if he's a 10-year guy. You got to remember, the Saints don't got a 10-year guy.
Right.
The Bucks don't got a 10-year guy. The Panthers got a 10-year guy. So what they doing is they putting him up against a college guy. Now, I'm going to keep it real. I don't watch college. On my Saturdays, I usually do the UFC and boxing thing. I usually UFC boxing because up here in the North, college isn't as big as it is in the South. So what I always ask them is like, how many times Bryce been tested? I don't know if Ridder was tested like that, especially at the school he went to, Cincinnati. I don't know what the situation was or whatever the case may be, but I know he's the guy now. If I'm dissing him, it's because if he watches YouTube like everybody else, he gonna see all these Atlanta Falcons content creators. And the one that's gonna stick out is that Puerto Rican motherfucker that's always saying he ain't shit. You feel me? Because he gonna be like, who the hell is this crazy Spanish mama? Who the hell is that? And then that's the motivation. That's where the motivation come in. That's where we watch the motivational reels that the Atlanta used to give us. Remember with the preacher and all that? You get hyped. You want to go lift some weights. You want to go hit the bag. You want to, work out. You want to do certain things. They hype you up. But remember, I'm not a 5-year-old.
I'll be looking at some of those motivational guys like this.
Yeah, AT, you're not a 5-year-old.
Not at all. Far from it.
Bro, I'm not gonna tell you, Desmond Ridder is the best quarterback in the world, and you're gonna believe me. You're gonna want to see it.
Right.
You're gonna want to see it, bro. That's all I'm saying. Everybody could look, my fights for the Falcons is way different than a Falcon fan that live in the South. It's way different, bro. It's way different. Because we're not surrounded by Falcon fans up here where you got that support. I live in blue country. I live in green country. This Jets and Giants all over. My next door neighbor right here, he a Jet fan. My next door neighbor right here, he a Patriots fan. You heard? He got his Patriot flag. I go outside right now, you see it. You heard? We've been getting punched in the mouth for years and we can't punch back. I want to punch back. I want to punch back. I want respect. I want, when they mention the Falcons, I want respect. I don't want none of that Jerry Glansville dancing too legit to quit. I want the Falcons to go there and punch some shit. It's a fact. That's why that's why my energy would be different, because we done been getting punched in the face so much.
Hey, listen, let's bring it back in though. Let's bring it back in.
Go ahead, Simone.
With all that being said, let me just say this. I say give it 3 or 4 more games. See where we're at with Ridder. If Ridder does not progress, or we're losing, or we're winning in spite of Ridder, if he's too much of a problem, I feel like Tyler Heineke can get the ball to people. I feel like this team is built good enough right now that we could go and try to get to the playoffs or see some progression with this team. And if he's not the guy, then we can go get us a guy next year. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and that's all you can ask for at this point in time. Like, I'm not trying to be sold on Ridder at this point in time. I mean, if he's good, he's good. He was a 3rd-round quarterback or whatever. I'm not trying to convince anybody that he's the guy. Don't get me wrong at all. I just think that this team is built well enough that we can ask Ridder to go out and be a game manager. And if Tyler Heineke comes in, I don't want to see him throwing the ball around the yard 30 times a game either. I want him to throw the ball about 20, 25 times a game and make plays when we need him to make plays. With Ridder, I mean, listen, if it's 15 of 18 and he's making some key plays and he's able to get that ball over to Drake London and he can get that ball to Kyle Pitts a lot more, that's better for us than having to drop off 5 to 7 screens to Bijan, or just a few passes that are 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage and expect for Bijan to try to pick it all up. No, we're going to have to be able to throw the ball. And we're going to have to do something off of the play action as well, too. We have to block better as well and all of that. Because Heineke ain't going to get it done with the blocking not being good on pass protection as well, too. We've got some things that we got to work on, but I think we have to keep moving forward. I like what I'm seeing with the defense right now. I think we have some things that we could build on. We could push forward, try to make a playoff run. We may not, I don't expect to go to a Super Bowl or any of that this year, but I believe that we could
the Super Bowl this year.
If it happens, we got to set realistic goals. We got to take it 1 week at a time, one game at a time, or whatever.
Hey, hit that bell for me, T.
No excuses or nothing else like that. But if Ridder ain't the guy, get his ass out of there. I'm with it.
Expect to go to the Super Bowl this year. If you listen, see, I don't know about you, bro. I respect it. It's all good. But listen, I stood on my ground. They asked me. They said, "Wolf, does Arthur Smith deserve to be fired if we don't win the NFC North South?" Yes. Yes. Okay. I'm not gonna waver because you want to take your time with this shit. At least give me a South title. At least give me a South title. At least do that. Can you do that with all the talent you have around you? Which, by the way, you have more talent than the Bucks. You have more talent than the Saints.
You think we have more talent than the Bucks?
So I don't want to hear that. Oh, we're going to lose to Jacksonville. If you watch all these Atlanta Falcon content creators, when they did their predictions, they had us losing to every playoff team. Why? Why do we take a loss to Minnesota? Why do we take a loss to Jacksonville? Why? Like I said, play the game tapes. Play the game tapes. My prediction took about 1 minute to do. It took 1 minute to do, and I got us winning Minnesota, I got us winning Detroit, and I got us winning Jacksonville. Because those are the games you gotta win. I ain't worried about the Texans game. Shout out to CJ Stroud, but I ain't worried about that game. I'm not worried about beating Bryce Young in rookie quarterback, bro. You don't listen. Seymour, I don't know how old you is. I'm 40-some years old. I don't get no points going to the grammar school and beat up an 8th grader, bro. Ain't no points on it.
Hey, I was about to say, don't sleep on Detroit, man.
No, I'm saying it.
Don't sleep on Detroit. They had one of the best offenses last year, and that defense is looking good. So we'll see.
Hey, shout out to the Detroit Lion fans, but we ain't Detroit. We Atlanta.
Hey, don't just write them off. Don't disrespect them off top. Though,
I'm not disrespecting. Did I disrespect them?
Don't count it. Don't count it as a dub off top, man. We just gotta take this shit 1 week at a time. Like, don't look ahead. Don't look ahead, man. We gotta beat Green Bay.
I just told you I did my predictions. I ain't disrespect.
I'm with you though. I feel what you're saying.
Listen.
To me, that's gonna be a tough game. That's a game we're gonna have to get up.
Well, you need to win that game.
Right.
You need to win that game. You need to go to London.
You need to win them all. We need to win them all.
You need to go to London and you need to ball out. You need to go to Minnesota, ball out. You need to go to Detroit, ball out. Seattle or whoever we have on the schedule. I'm not giving them no stripes.
Hey,
that's the problem. I'm not giving them no strikes against CJ Stroud. I'm doing that. I'm sorry. It's just not. I don't care about the CJ Stroud game, even though I might be going to the game. I might be going to the Saints game. You know what I'm saying? Look, I don't know where everybody at is. I'm not a fan. I'm a supporter. Keep on telling people.
Well, what do you mean when you say that? Because you don't hear a lot of people say I'm not a fan, I'm a supporter. Can you specify specifically what do you mean when you say that? I've heard you say that multiple times.
Well, because a fan is an erratic person. That's the definition. A fan is somebody that's erratic, somebody who's a stalker. You see what I'm saying?
Fanatic.
And salute to people that are fans, but eventually you're gonna evolve to be a supporter. Because a supporter can have a conversation. A fan is only going to look perspective, a narrow perspective. T. They're never gonna share your viewpoint. They're always going to look at their viewpoint. You see what I'm saying? And that's not what I am, bro. I'm somebody who supports Arthur Blank first. See, I support Arthur Blank first, not Terry Fontenot, not Coach Smith, not Kyle Pitts. I support Arthur Blank, who's our leader. That's our president. That's the guy we're supposed to know first. For every Atlanta Falcon supporter or fan out there, learn about your leader first. Learn about the history of how he became a businessman, an entrepreneur. Don't worry about the sit-down corner that you want to draft when you can't even know how your owner came about the team. You see what I'm saying? That's the whole thing about sometimes these content creators and stuff like that. T is that, listen, we could talk X and O's all day, but Arthur Blank is probably one of the reasons why I became an entrepreneur. Reading his story. And I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. T, this is the first time in my life where I've actually had a job. And I'm going back to school funding my education through the sale of my business. Right? But I've been an entrepreneur. I know what it's like to have profit and losses. I know what it's like to have a bad GM like Thomas Dimitrov to put us in a bad situation with bad contracts and bad draft picks. That's why we in the mess we are now. It's because we had liabilities.
I'm glad you brought that up, because do you feel like Arthur Smith has done a solid job with all of the contract hell we've had?
Sure.
With having such a subpar roster, right?
Sure.
So say we don't win the NFC South, but he wins 8 or 9 games. That's not enough progress for you?
No. Cause look. I don't know. Are you a DJ or something like that? Is that? I don't know what you do for a living, but I'm just saying.
No, I work in film.
You work in film. Okay, cool. So let's say you make a movie this year and make $100 million, right? Right? You make $100 million on the movie. Y'all see more. Blah blah blah. No problem. The next year, you're not gonna want to make $100 million. You're gonna want to make $150 million. Because if you make $105 million, you're gonna be like, damn, I ain't really. I mean, I made 100, but I ain't made. Man, 105 is all right, but that ain't.
I'm gonna want to make a return on my investment.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, again, we talking about if I make.
But that's for me and you different. See,
if I make $100 million, I make $100 million off of $500. I'm gonna be like, I'm not gonna be upset about that. If I make $100 million off of $50 million, that's a whole lot. That's a whole lot of different perspective there.
Yeah. Well, look, if I make 100,
so we went.
Hold
on. We went 7-9. We went 7-9 2 years in a row.
7-10.
I'm sorry, 7-10. 7-10 2 years in a row.
Okay.
Well, 7-9 and then 7-10, right?
Okay. No, 7-10, 7-10.
7-10. Okay, I didn't know if we were 17 for both of those games.
Okay.
So 7-10, 7-10 with a shitty roster.
7-10 is this. Look, you see me?
I see you.
Okay, you see me? 7-10 is this. For 2 years, we've been standing in the same place, no progress. Right? That's what Seymour saying. 2 years, we've been right here, waiting to go. So 8 games. This is what we're gonna do. T 8 games.
Well, I said 9 games.
Okay, 9 games.
I said 8 or 9 games.
You want to take 2 steps, T? You want to take 2 steps?
I would prefer to take more.
Exactly.
I prefer to take more.
Yeah.
I prefer to take more. But let's be real about this though. If Ridder isn't the guy, are we gonna look at Arthur Smith and be like, "Oh, you suck because you weren't able to"? He just got some salary cap, and they look to have been making some improvements with that. That's why I mentioned if he makes 8 or 9 games, and and it's closer in there. We've got some things with the defense, and we've established some other things. It looks like we're just a quarterback away. Hell, you said if he picked. What do you mean he picked him? I mean, he picked him in the 3rd round.
Yeah, he drafted him.
Yeah,
He picked him.
So we expect
Did
a
he
third
not?
rounder.
I don't know. Did he pick him?
Is a third rounder high draft capital? I'm gonna look at somebody who picks the first rounder and be like, if you pick the first rounder, they don't pan out. I'm gonna be like, yo, you picked this first rounder. We picked him in the same draft that we picked Drake London. That we went and picked some weapons. That we went to go get some weapons to set up for in case. And we picked up Ridder on a bargain. Hey, that's kind of a roll of a dice there. If he's not the guy, we bring in a guy next year.
He picked him, right?
Yeah, he drafted him.
Hey,
we drafted him.
So then that's on him. He picked him.
You said if we don't win the division this year. So if we make the playoffs and we don't win the division, you're gonna have a problem with that.
If we win the division, we making the playoffs. We hosting a playoff game.
Say that again.
If we win the division, we hosting a playoff game.
Right. We could be a wild card without winning the division.
No, because we win the division, we hosting a playoff game. You will be in Atlanta, right. Dirty Bird dancing.
The wild card teams are the teams that don't win the division. There's four teams that are the division winners. They host a game.
And that's
the wild card games. The wild card teams. They're a wild card team.
Wild card team though. We are the champs, the South. I'm saying it now.
No, I'm just asking you because you said if he doesn't win the division, and all I'm saying is if we don't win the division, but we still make the playoffs. If the NFC South is so good that two teams make the playoffs, but we don't win the division, but we make the playoffs, would that be acceptable?
He's saying if we don't win the division, but yet we still make it to the playoffs, which is possible.
I guess that's good enough. You know what I'm saying? I guess, I guess that's good enough, T. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I guess, I don't got the right answer for that. I mean, it's like, I don't know, man. I just look at things differently, man. I just, me personally, I get the numbers and I get this and I do all of that. But, listen, man, like, it's been a long time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while, bro. Like
I agree. He ain't been here a while. I think you're suffering for some of the looking at the past Dan Quinn shit and some of the old, like don't bring that toxic energy into the new relationship. Like give this man a chance for a second. I hear you. I'm saying I want to see some progress this year too.
Well, why is it toxic though?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's toxic.
You're mentioning how long it's been, but he hasn't been here.
Because listen,
all I'm saying, we have been in Cap Hill for the last 2 years.
Everybody in the chat, does anybody in the chat want to be successful? You guys,
we all want to be successful. I want to.
So then, what are we saying then? How is that toxic? Me trying to support the team to be better. You said play. I said Super Bowl 18. Ring the bell.
I'm not saying I don't want to be better. Did you hear me say I don't want us to be better?
Did I not say Super Bowl?
Huh?
Did I not say Super Bowl team? I'm just
asking. Now you sound like a fan. You sound like a fan now because that's not realistic. Super Bowl is not realistic this year. I'm looking at our roster. Super Bowl is not realistic.
You can't bait me, man.
Listen, get mad at me all you want. I'm gonna give you the real.
You can't bait me.
I'm just saying, I'm saying. You could be mad at that statement and not agree with it all. It is a realistic statement. It doesn't mean you don't want to win. You think we have a Super Bowl roster right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I don't think
that's what I'm saying.
I don't think we're looking at the same thing out there.
That's your opinion. Yeah. That's your opinion.
That's fine. I'm not.
All right, but so then why you saying my opinion is toxic, but yours is valid?
Oh no. I'm not saying your opinion is toxic. I'm just telling you don't come in with the energy. You're telling me about how. Because you're already like, well, if we don't win the division this year, it's gonna be this. Hold on, you
on Desmond Ridder. I'm gonna bomb on Coach Smith. I'm gonna bomb on everybody. That's what I do. It's gonna be too popular.
That's the kind of energy we need. That's the kind of energy we need.
No, I think there's a common ground between the two, man.
Let's
not blindly just talk shit. Like if he goes out here and he makes some progress, you see some things happening with the team. You got to give them another year underneath and see where we go to.
Right, but if you see things that are happening, let's go back to Desmond Ridder for a moment.
Right.
Okay. There's some questions about Desmond Ridder. And you're talking about a fan base that's been just that's endured losing season after losing season. Fans are skeptical. They're like, we're gonna see. I've been burned Super Bowl 1998. Hell, I was burned 1980 against the Cowboys. I was burned when Michael Vick went to jail. I was burned when we were up 28-3. I'm burned, so I'm not just going to embrace this kid immediately. And then you start seeing stuff like, well, damn, he's a leader. He has intangibles. They never talk about his arm strength. They never talk about his accuracy. They never talk about any of that. But the problem with his leadership is he's not voted team captain. And
are we talking about Arthur Smith or are we talking about Desmond Ridder?
We're talking about Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder was not voted team captain by his teammates. Meanwhile, Sam Howell, quarterback in DC, team captain. Bryce Young, team captain. Anthony Richardson, team captain. These are all rookies. CJ Stroud, team captain. So what are we missing? That's why people are skeptical.
Just to be fair, I was talking about Arthur Smith, though. The whole
okay, all right.
Everything I just said was about Arthur Smith. It wasn't about Desmond Ridder.
Arthur is playing too conservatively, in my opinion. I think that we can slow walk Desmond Ridder for 3 years and be the exact same place we are right now.
You think we could do what now?
If we slow walk Desmond Ridder, if we don't really play him, if it's 3rd and 25 and we're running the ball, what are we scared of? What's going on? You know, people have brains. It's
I think we're trying to find out if Desmond Ridder is the guy. I don't know.
We can't find out if we don't let him throw the ball. Right? I mean, 15 for 18 sounds good until you see that most of those passes were at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage.
Honestly, I don't think that Desmond Ridder is probably going to be the guy long term. He could probably come through and do something to show us something different or whatnot. He might be a just good enough guy. I trust his decision making, and some of those things. I think he definitely has some of the tools to do it. So we just have to see. I mean, there's a certain part of quarterback that either you got it or you don't. And we're talking about like you mentioned intangibles. There's an intangible aspect to playing quarterback. For lack of a better word, we just say, hey, do you got a pair of balls on you, son? Like, do you got it where it counts? Are you afraid to go and make a play? And can you make a play when we need you to make a play?
Right, but we won't know that. They need to let that boy play because he did something.
I don't think he's there yet. And to be fair,
you're a starting quarterback.
To be fair, when we had Matt Ryan as a rookie, we didn't just start out letting him throw the ball around. We didn't have the same offense with him as a rookie as we did when he was about in his 7th or 8th year. We ran the ball. We ran the ball with Michael Turner. We ran the hell out of the ball.
He threw the ball more than Ritter's throwing the ball.
Matt Ryan. To be fair, Matt Ryan was a better quarterback coming out.
But
we don't know that. Matt Ryan didn't do in college. Matt Ryan didn't do in college what Ridder did. Go back. I went back and watched Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan was a 1st-round draft pick, and if the Falcons,
that's pedigree. That's pedigree.
He was a better college quarterback.
Purdy was a 7th-round draft. He was the last one drafted. That means nothing.
A lot of people talk a lot of shit about Purdy, but I'm not sold on Purdy yet either.
I'm not either. But he's starting.
Let's talk about Purdy, man, because I saw somebody say that shit in the chat. Purdy has the defense that you don't want to see on your best goddamn day. What are we talking about here?
But you know what? They let Purdy throw the ball.
They don't let Purdy throw the ball downfield. They let him throw it. They let him get the ball to his best players in space. And he has a whole lot.
We don't do that.
He has better players, but they got Bijan the ball. Did you not see this nigga make?
That's one player. We have Drake London. We have Pitt. We have the unicorn.
I don't think we have a Debo Samuel, and I don't think we have a Debo Samuel and a Brandon Ayuk to match a Christian McCaffrey the way that San Francisco has.
I disagree. I think our offensive weapons are just as
and I don't think we have a better running line. I don't think we have a better offensive line either.
I don't know about that, but what I'm getting at is we need to see what he can do. If he sucks, fine. We don't need to waste 9-10 games, 2 years trying to see if he's the guy because we're going to slow walk him. We need to see what he can do. I don't think we should fire Smith after this year unless it's just a total bust.
I'm
Because
with you on
really
that.
the first year
that's
he's been able to spend money with Terry Fontenot and get the team that's really his team. I'll give him that. But if you're running the ball on 3rd and 25 and you're not trusting the quarterback, I'm like, well, what's going on? What's the deal? When I'm seeing all these other quarterbacks.
Let me ask you a question. 3rd and 25 now. I mean, we seen Patrick Mahomes on 3rd and 25, and they didn't have a play for that. I mean,
it was 2nd and 25 before it was 3rd and 25. We're just running. So what do we do?
I don't think that we need. I'm not saying we need to play extra conservative, but to be fair at the same time, every year for the first 3 or 4 weeks, the defenses are ahead of the offenses. So it's going to be like no quarterbacks played great last week.
That's true.
Tua played nice, and so did
Tua got Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill over there.
Did you
Whoa,
see?
hold up, boss. Now you said nobody played well last week.
Hey, Red, hold on. Red. Hold on real quick, y'all. Red, you got some background music noise coming in. Turn on your TV.
My bad.
The quarterback in San Diego or LA now, the Chargers, he played well
two or three quarterbacks played pretty good last week. That's it, though.
Okay, now, quantify, please. Quantify, please.
Yeah.
Small amount.
Simo, I agree with some of the things that you're saying. My issue is, with Ridder, it's like, look, we need to see. I don't want to wait another 3, 4, 5 years to figure out he's not the guy. And when you think about it, Terry Fontenot said that we're going to fill up the quarterback room. He even said that we were going to draft a quarterback. Now, he went back on his word. He said that on NFL Network. What happened between that statement and now? What I was thinking as a fan is, oh, damn, they saw that Ridder is really good. That's what I thought. And so when Ridder comes out, and look, don't get me wrong. If the plan to win games, if we're going to win games running the ball, then let's do that. I just don't think that it's sustainable in this particular league. Now, I'm not a 20-year NFL coach, but from my perspective, I just don't think it's sustainable, especially when I'm like, yeah, Ridder had a full season. Yeah, Ridder's been playing with the ones. And then when I see Ridder, it's like, damn, they don't trust Ridder. What's going on? That's my concern. That's all.
Gentlemen, and good evening to everybody in the Waffle House. Tidy, thanks for that prompt service, but my eggs were still running. I don't know whether they cooked them or whether they just waved them over the fire. Well, I don't want to start nothing because I don't have no cheddar throw. But at any rate,
I'll get it taken care of for you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Well, I'm just going to start off by saying what it was that I thought about Sunday, because I've been looking at things, studying things, going over stats. Now, one thing that stood out to me, and I posted it under my nom de plume, was
the backup account.
Hey, Red, leave that alone now. Just leave that alone. But I was looking at the time to throw. And Sunday, on average, Ridder had 2.4 seconds time to throw. The high for Sunday was 3.1 seconds to throw. That was the high. Mentioning Tua had the same amount of time to throw as Desmond Ridder did. Even though they were getting in, even though they were, giving them some pressure, Ridder still had 2.4 seconds time to throw. Same thing with Tua. Now, Tua threw for 466 yards through 44 passes and completed, I think, about 33 passes for 466 yards. All right. What that tells me is that our pass patterns are too long. Our pass patterns are doggone too long. He's having to wait back there, and he is reminding me a little bit of Matt Ryan. Making biscuits.
He's holding the ball too long.
patting the ball instead of getting that ball out of his hand. And see, that will make an offensive line look bad, because there are people around here that still think that, you know, you got the 66 Packers or the 38 Giants where you can stand back there all day, make a bed up, and do all this type of stuff before you get rid of the ball. And you can't do that now. You can't do it. All right? So that tells me that the pass patterns are too long. All right? Now, we do have an offensive line problem. We do have an offensive line problem. And, you know, McGarry still isn't, you know, quick enough. And they made the adjustment to put a tight end over there to help him. Okay? They made that adjustment.
Lindstrom was getting whooped too.
Yeah. Oh, man. Lindstrom
the only one
like
that was looking good was Bergstrom.
Yeah. And Lindstrom looked like a dead rope back there. Every time I look around, his leg was up.
Jake was solid, but for the most part.
But the thing is that when you have breakdowns like that, what I want to see out of a quarterback is to be able to take off, make gasoline out of goat piss, make something out of nothing. And that's what you really need to have in a quarterback. Now, as far as Arthur Smith, like I said, one thing I'm saying is that the pass patterns were too long. That's what I'm looking at. The pass patterns were too long. And one thing I can say in his defense, he makes good adjustments at halftime. I don't know whether that's a good old McDaniel Street, Pittsburgh cussing out that he does at halftime, because he will go in there and go up one side and down the other. Or, you know, they are making some legitimate adjustments for the second half.
Hey,
Something
the team don't blow leads is well coached. They focus.
Absolutely.
You gotta appreciate that shit.
Well, the thing is about blowing a lead is that, okay, and that goes back to what you and Wolf were talking about. Now, if we get down 14 points, do we have the offense to come back? Do we have the offense to come back? And the
maybe with Heineke.
I mean, no. Now, see, all right,
Heineke not starting.
Everybody talking about Heineke, but this man chose Desmond Ridder to be his starter. All right, he could have chose anybody else, but they went and got Desmond Ridder for the starter. They named Taylor Heineke the backup, and they got whoever that is in the third string. Woodside.
Everybody likes Tua, right?
No,
He okay.
No.
He's straight. He pretty good.
He
pretty
too
good.
concussion prone to me.
Yo,
But he's injury prone.
You
Right
talk
now,
about him for a
I would
long time.
definitely
Like
take Tua. I definitely would take Tua over Desmond Ridder at this point right now.
Over Desmond Ridder.
Everybody
Over
likes
Desmond
Tua.
Ridder.
Everybody likes
Over
Tua, but they gave that man
Desmond Ridder.
They gave that man a whole season. They gave that man a whole season.
But, all right, can I
Because he's a first round pick.
Because I hear y'all Ridder fans say that all the time.
Not a Ridder fan.
All right,
Yo,
the Ridder supporters or defenders or excuse makers.
I'm just saying,
y'all keep saying that all the time.
You need some time to evaluate this nigga. Is what I'm saying.
All right, well, I'm explaining why that's a faulty thought process.
It's a faulty thought process.
Yes, I'm explaining why.
Get him, Kelly.
Hey, Kelly, I gotta ask you.
So what do you want to do right now?
Here's what I'm saying.
Kelly, I gotta ask you.
All right,
go ahead,
you don't
Kelly.
have to wait long to find out if he's the guy. Here's what I mean. Within that time, you still see glimpses of whether or not he's the guy. Matt Ryan showed you on the first throw, he was an NFL quarterback. So Jalen Hurts in his second start, he had 338 yards, 4 touchdowns. Did he have a bad game at some point? Yes, but his second start, he did that. Trevor Lawrence on his first start with 330 yards. Herbert throwing out 330 yards, 3 touchdowns. Do they make bad decisions? Yes, but you see NFL throws. CJ Stroud, week 1, he's running for his life against Baltimore. running for his life, and he made pinpoint NFL throws.
You haven't seen
while
that
running for his life.
You haven't seen Desmond Ridder make a.
I'm gonna wrap it up, and I'm gonna let you come back with your excuses.
I was just
asking. Even though, hold on, no, let me finish. So even though Trevor Lawrence had a rocky first year, right? But fans saw him make NFL franchise quarterback throws. He will make a mistake, and then he will make a throw that made you look like, oh, that is a franchise quarterback. Mm-hmm. So it didn't take everyone to. Brady in his like second or third start had a 300-yard 2-touchdown game, and then came right back, had a 4-touchdown game the same like 3 games after that. Like, you don't have to like this. It's a misconception that you have to wait. Like they're going to show glimpses of quarterback talent, like NFL starting quarterback talent. Mm-hmm. We cannot say that with Ridder.
Nothing.
Especially when the whole day,
like over 5 games, over 100 and some pass attempts, you will see, oh, that's an NFL quarterback throw. That's a starting quarterback throw. We can't say that with him.
You got everybody seeing this too. It ain't just a few people seeing this.
Yo,
hold on. Watch it. I'm gonna piggyback off of what you're saying. First, what's going on, fella? Everybody in the group, in the chat. What's happening?
What up?
What's up?
But exactly what Kelly said. It doesn't take long to see flashes from a player. That's the biggest thing, and that's where a lot of people have a misconstrued. Mm-hmm. We're not saying that Ridder is bad. The biggest thing is he done played 5 games, and we haven't seen flashes of, hey, all right, what he did just now, we can work on that.
Right.
We can build with that. We haven't had a moment like that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to the Kyle Pitts pass. Just Sunday. Let's go back to the Kyle Pitts pass. That was a bad pass.
That was a
It was a bad pass.
Thank you.
It's a double coverage.
People act like that was the damn greatest pass in history.
It just so happened that Kyle Pitts sat there and read the ball, tried the trajectory, hit a swim move on the defender to get outside of the double team, and made a play on the ball.
Bad throws like that, man.
Yeah.
Bruh,
because they know they got a guy over there that can make that play. Nobody has
no one purpose.
You're right. That was a bad throw. It was not a great throw. But
hold on. What I'm saying is this.
Wait, you can't have it both ways. If you want him to make plays, but now you mad.
Hold on. Hold up. If a bad pass is
Kyle Pitts that made the play.
If a bad pass is your best pass of the day, there's the issue.
Let me say this real quick. I agree with Kelly. I agree with you and Winston. The only caveat I would add to that, and before I even say this, let me add that the passes that he threw to Mac Hollins and a few other people, they were bad passes, and the receivers, they adjusted to catch him. But what I would say about Ridder is he needs to throw the ball more. It could be, based on what I've seen, I haven't seen any flashes over 5 games, but throwing 18 times, hell, maybe that flash is on the 20th pass, the 20. I don't know. It's like Arthur Smith is scared to let this guy play. Now, maybe he's scared because he knows what he is and he sees it in practice. Then why is he starting quarterback?
Hey, bro.
Right.
You literally said that. You literally sat there and hit the nail on the head. He know what he's had. He know exactly what he had.
So
Arthur Smith knows exactly what he had. So he has to babysit him.
Is this a
and
sneak
if that's the case, Winston, then we should be starting Heineken.
Hold on. Watch it. I'm gonna do you one better. Remember when he came in last season, right? We were passing the ball. Way more than what we did Sunday. Can we all agree on that, right?
Yeah, because that's when Drake London started to get hot.
Right? Hold on. Now follow me now. can we all say that we were passing the ball a little bit more upfield?
We were definitely trying to. Yes.
Yes?
Certainly.
No?
The last 4 games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Four
last
games.
2 games.
All right.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Last 2 games. Okay.
The last
Well, he
two.
tried on the first. He tried on the New Orleans game.
2 to 3. 2 to 3. 2 to 3. All right. Now watch this. If you already had that plateau, you already achieved that level. Why we didn't have any of that this game?
He regret. You talking? He
And you
regret. He
can't.
went
You
backwards.
hold on. You can't sit there and say that it was all pass protection because the pass protection got better in the second half. So you can't sit there and use that excuse.
Let me answer that for
So
you.
why didn't we start pushing the ball over the field?
Am
Go
I
ahead.
the only
the
person
coach.
not getting everybody that's getting people's audio cutting in and out?
Yeah.
It's going good for me. What do you mean when you say cutting in and out?
Like when he was talking, I was just catching part, like it's breaking in and breaking out on certain people's audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
I hear you, but it cuts in and out on yours.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
there
getting
you go.
I'm getting a good stream.
It's all good.
Is anybody else can't hear me?
Now I hear you.
I
Oh,
get
we
you.
hear
Fine to me, Winston.
Let me ask you a question though, real quick, Winston. The difference
Go ahead,
between like specifically those last 2 games and what we seen Sunday is I really think there was more of an evaluation going on with Ridder being a passer from Arthur Smith. Because if y'all remember, we was going for it on virtually every 4th down those final 2 games, and he was just trying to see how he reacted when it was time for him to throw. And at that point in time, you had a Tampa Bay team, and then you had a Baltimore team who really didn't, have their starting quarterbacks there, and those games were kind of meaningless. So in a sense, those last 2 games were kind of like preseason games for the Falcons. So they were trying a lot of different things. Now you come into week 1 on Sunday,
Still the preseason.
that's a different situation. So I really think Arthur Smith was looking for different things on Sunday compared to those last 2 games that we seen last season.
Yeah.
It's tight.
And it's the beginning of the
Arthur
season
Smith.
as well.
Hold on, fella. It's tight. All right, so you referenced the Baltimore game. The Baltimore game was his second game. Arizona was his third game.
I'm sorry, you're right. You're correct. That's what I meant.
Arizona was his third game. No,
Because Kyler Murray didn't play.
Exactly. Like let's put this in perspective for everybody. Ridder first win against a starting quarterback literally just happened Sunday. And he won 2 games last year. He played what was it? What was it? Pittsburgh? He played Pittsburgh. Then he played Baltimore. Neither of them had a starting quarterback.
He played New Orleans. He played New Orleans.
No.
Yes.
New Orleans was his first start.
Yes. You're right. He played New Orleans in New Orleans. Right? He lost that game. Right? All right. So then we go to Baltimore. Lamar Jackson not playing. Lost that game. Go Arizona coming into town. We win that game, but Kyler Murray is not playing. Go to Tampa Bay.
Winston, I'm gonna have to say it's New Orleans was his first game. It was New Orleans, Baltimore.
We all agreed on that.
Yeah, it was New Orleans.
We all agreed on that. He played New.
Listen, man.
We lost Winston. Let me explain something to Simo real quick. Simo,
Tom Brady played what? A series or 2?
Yeah, hold on just a moment. Hold on a moment, Winston, because you broke out. Simo, let me ask you this. Being new to the panel, do you feel like we are being too tough on Desmond Ridder as a new quarterback?
You said, do I think we're being too tough on Ridder as a new quarterback?
Yeah.
Not necessarily too tough. I think that we have to be kind of more reasonable about some of the stuff. Now, there's a few things that somebody said. Somebody said that they haven't seen him make a professional throw or any of that. I don't agree with that. I feel like he he looked good enough to come into the season there, and come in as a starting professional quarterback.
How would you know, Simo? We only seen him play one series in the preseason.
We saw him play last year. He played against Baltimore. I know Lamar Jackson wasn't playing, but he doesn't play against Lamar Jackson. He plays against their defense. He played against their starting defense.
Mm-hmm.
They got a middle linebacker out there. They just paid a bunch of money to it. He looks solid against some of those people.
Bro.
Again, I'm not saying I think Ridder is the guy at all, but I think we're gonna need to take more than like 3 or 4 games to see where we at with this guy. Especially, we just came off a win. I've never seen a fan base or a collection of fans or so much talk about a team starting 1-0 and being so upset about it.
And you haven't seen a lot of teams then.
Hold on.
Bro, like, I mean, literally, we
are not
let
upset.
Bama struggle.
We haven't started 1-0
Let
in
Alabama
some years
struggle
now.
against a layup team.
We're
and
not
you
Alabama.
bet you see fans complain.
Listen to some Philadelphia talk radio, and they're
Hold
doing
on.
Real, man.
Yeah.
Alabama just changed their
Really
quarterback.
wasn't a good example.
They literally just changed their quarterback.
Listen,
Simo, I don't think we're
They
upset.
throw stone
Man.
cones
Nobody's
and Santa
upset.
Claus, man.
listen.
Hold on.
Hey,
Go ahead,
Simo,
Wolf.
I can't speak for everybody else. What I'm saying is this: I'm not the type of person that puts up and does cartwheels for one highlight. I don't do that.
Exactly.
Right. So
Exactly.
when you hear, because I'm addressing people. I've addressed people. I've gone up against any content creator you could think of. I've gone up against. I'm the only one that's been going up against. I haven't seen not one Atlanta Falcon content creator in other spaces but myself. I haven't seen not one. No disrespect to nobody else. I haven't seen not one. I don't do cheerleading because you want to retweet a catch by Kyle Pitts. I'm watching the game. If it wasn't for Bijan Robinson being so dynamic, he probably wouldn't have scored. If it wasn't for the defense, if it wasn't for the defense to give us that short field, we wouldn't have won that game.
Thank you,
Hey, Wolf, man, talk your shit.
Wait a minute,
Talk your shit.
What
Talk
are we
your
talking
shit.
about? What are we talking? Do you want to win or not? Like
Listen, if
that's
you
why we drafted Bijan Robinson. Hello?
If you cut me off, bro,
Hold on.
I'll let you
I'm
talk.
just trying to address you. I'm just trying to ask you. My bad.
I don't gotta talk over you, brother. I gotta talk over you. You gonna cut me
Simo,
off?
you gotta listen to let Wolf talk, man. He talking some real shit. Go ahead,
Wolf.
Wolf.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
Cut me off, bro. Then ain't no need to have a conversation if you gonna keep on interrupting everybody on the panel, bro.
Well, let's keep it civil, brothers. Let's keep it civil, man. We all want to.
That's all I'm saying, bro.
Thank you, Steven.
Go ahead. Because
it's on you, Wolf.
It's
All right, now let me step in here for just a second. For just a second.
And I'm gonna step in after you, John. I'm gonna step in after you. I'm gonna say something.
Y'all better let the Wolf talk.
And this is something that I personally do. All right. Now, a lot of people don't agree with it. The same way that they hate that I put the drive charts up after every game. Okay. There's some people that just literally hate that. But
do your thing.
It tells you what your team did on the field in the time that they were on the field. Okay. And in examining how you lose, you got to examine how you win. And I asked the question, can I rely on this method of winning next week? I can't rely on what I saw last Sunday as a blueprint for continued success next week or the weeks after that. Okay, that's the thing, because a lot of stuff could have gone real wrong Sunday, and we would have lost. A lot of stuff could have gone wrong, and we would have lost because
John, if we didn't have Jesse Bates, we would have lost.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, one thing I want everybody to take a look at.
Hey, James, I'm gonna go after you.
How many times did we score when the ball was punted to us versus how many times did we score when we had a short field after an interception?
Or fumble recovery.
One time. We scored one touchdown on a drive that started after a punt or a kickoff.
And
One
three times the other way,
we
right?
scored three times.
Three times we scored 17 points off a turnover.
Off a turnover.
Martin
Now,
Luther John, can I ask you a question?
yes.
How many times did we punt that game?
7 times.
How many possessions were gifted to the offense?
Three.
Yep.
3. We
So we were
punted
gifted
7
possessions. We punted 7 times.
I'll say 4. I'll say 4 because we had the 4th and 1 stop. So I'll say 4.
Oh,
that's true.
There you go.
Well,
that's true.
You may be making it worse for Ridder now.
We did stop him on 4th down. So that was 4.
We stopped him on 4th and 1 in the red zone.
We stopped them all damn game. You want to ask me? Defense is kicking ass.
Your defense did their job. Your defense did their job.
Exactly.
Kept points off the board. All right? They kept points off the board. But I was scared the whole game that the defense was going to get wore out because they were working all day long.
Yeah.
That's how we lost the Super Bowl.
All day long.
That's literally how we lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. And see,
we're not going to go to the Super Bowl, y'all. Let's stay current tonight. We ain't talking Super Bowl tonight. We're not going to go down that avenue. Let's stay on this game. Go ahead, John.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
But at any rate, but see, you were working. Look here. The offense had time to order dinner, eat dinner, smoke a cigarette, and drink coffee.
And they did all the above.
Defense didn't have time to doggone get a sip of Gatorade.
Now, John, check this out,
working
John.
all day long. So
check this out, John.
That's the thing that I was noticing. That's the thing that I was noticing. That was the thing that was troubling me this Sunday.
And we lost every offensive category. Carolina beat us in every offensive category.
All right, and real quick, Mark, you the only one that ain't spoke yet, so you done heard everybody talk on the panel. Like, what are you thinking? Are we being too hard on Ridder, or does everybody have like a valid thought?
First and foremost, man, what's up, Tidy? What's up, panel? Definitely dope to see everybody. Definitely dope to see Simo. Definitely dope to see Wolf. Always great to see Steven. I mean, I might as well go down the list. Red, you already know I love you. You know, Martin Luther John. You know, everybody love you. James, the legend, man. We appreciate you, but man, sorry about Bama. Kelly, man, where you been, bro? Kelly, we've missed you, bro. We've missed you.
Hey, I thought I got kicked out the Waffle House. My bad. I'm trying to.
Nah.
Hey, Mark, Kelly been at IHOP the past 2 weeks, man.
No, Kelly probably was in Greece or somewhere. Much as he be on them planes.
No,
right.
Kelly has a goddamn cheesecake factory. That's what it is. He eating a little bit better than everybody else. He ain't got time for us peasants.
Right, us peasants, us simpletons. Go ahead, Mark.
I see. And then of course, you know, Winston, man, you know, you're super valuable to the community. So it's always good to see you, man. But man, hey, as far as this Ridder talk, man, you know, I'm just gonna transition it to what Wallace was saying in the chat. The right side of our offensive line looked terrible. And I think that definitely had an effect on the game plan. And I don't want to overlook that, man, when we're evaluating Ridder. You know, I don't think any quarterback would have looked great, you know, with that type of pressure, with that type of time, you know, especially, you know, for a young quarterback in his 5th start, you know, that has an effect on him. So I don't want to be too hard on him. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I want to give him an extra game or two, you know, to see how he will react if things improve. But with that said, I think everyone's somewhat fair on Ridder. I mean, let's be real. You know, this is a guy we haven't really committed to until right after the Super Bowl. You know, we didn't really commit to him and Arthur Smith has acted kind of odd, if you will, when it comes to this quarterback situation. So I think it's fair for people to, have that type of, criticism on Ridder. A lot of his passes weren't vertical; they were all horizontal. They were all towards the line of scrimmage. So to me, like a lot of people on this panel and like a lot of fans will see, okay, you don't trust your quarterback. Those are plays you call for a quarterback you don't trust. It's just that simple. So I think everyone's had a fair opinion on him, going into that first week. But I feel like we should be very lenient, when you consider all factors. If anything, like I spoke on post game on Bleacher Report, like I spoke on post game, we should be more concerned about Arthur Smith. Can Arthur Smith create game plans for quarterbacks that aren't as experienced? So I think that's my thought process. And again, it goes back to the offensive line. How the hell did we come into game one against our rivals and we weren't prepared for Burns? We weren't prepared for Brown. So I think that's where I'm at when it comes to the Ridder talk. Is the focus? It goes to Arthur Smith before it goes to Desmond Ridder.
Okay, we're gonna stay right down Arthur Smith, and I'm gonna go around the panel, starting with you, Simo. We're gonna go what you call that clockwise. Simo, we're gonna transition to talk a little bit to Arthur Smith. How do you feel about Arthur Smith play calling? What's your confidence level in your head coach, Arthur Smith, based on what you've seen this year and the previous 2 years? Arthur Smith.
Man, I like Arthur Smith. And I feel like the future is bright from what I've seen with him so far. I think he adjusts to the personnel that we have. He came in wanting to be a run first guy, and we saw we didn't have that personnel, and he had to instill that attitude into us. But we threw the ball a lot when we had Matt Ryan with him at first. So I feel as though he's going to work with what he has there. I like where he's at with some of this stuff. I feel as though he's probably a little bit conservative because, again, we're not sure 100% about Ridder, but what can we do? So we're stuck with as far as that guy is concerned right now. So it's going to take us running probably a whole lot, and we got to rely on that guy's arm. I mean, I'm assuming and I'm trusting that what he sees in practice, there's a reason why we're not seeing that guy out there throwing the ball as much as some people probably want to see. So I think he does well for where putting the foundation of and working well within the scheme of what we actually have here, if that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Wolf, what's your opinion on Arthur Smith as a coach, his game plan, and also his play calling, based on what you've seen Sunday specifically and in the past 2 years?
I mean, listen, I think he does a good job, but winning makes you hot. Winning makes you hot. It makes you hot in any city. When you winning, you hot. Now, I'm gonna put something in everybody's ear. Arthur Smith does a mediocre job, right? Next 3 years. Deion Sanders is on fire right now. Arthur Blank picks up the phone and says, "Yo, prime time. This guy ain't getting me over the hump. Won't you come back to Atlanta? Oh, and bring your son with you."
Right.
So winning is what makes you hot. See, winning takes everything away. It takes all the arguments we have on the panel, all the arguments we're having. Winning takes all of that away. So he better tighten up, because I'm looking at the schedule. He better tighten up the next 3 weeks, because you got playoff teams that you're playing. So hopefully he can get some spacing for Ridder. I didn't see a lot of spacing, because obviously the Brian Burns that front seven is very good. So hopefully he can come with a game plan where he can space and he can get. I want to see Kyle Pitts involved. I mean, I think he's just as good as Darren Waller. I think he's more athletic than Kelsey. I think he could be a Hall of Famer. We're just not getting him the ball. You know what I mean? Like let's get these guys involved. That's what I'm saying. But you know, people don't understand that in the NFL you gotta win, and if you don't win, you gotta get the hell out of here, man. And that's a fact, bro. You gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go, man. I'm sorry for everybody's feelings, man. But winning solves everything. We got catfish with Dan Quinn. You know that, right, T? Dan Quinn damn near catfished us. You know that, right, T?
Yeah. Trust me, I know.
He's a defensive expert, and he wasn't a defensive expert. We came to find out Pete Carroll made all those picks for the Legion of Doom. He just coached them. He's just a good coach. He's not a leader of men. You got catfish. Let's not get catfish with Arthur Smith because he got the mustache. Let's not get catfish.
Shout it red.
What's up, man? As a head coach, I think Arthur Smith is okay. Okay. As a play caller, I'm not sold. As an offensive coordinator, I'm not sold. As a running game coordinator, I'm sold. As a coach for the running back, I'm sold. As a passing game coordinator, I'm not sold. As when we behind the 8 ball, if we have to come back in the game, is he the guy to bring us back? I'm not sold. Like I say, honestly, I'm just gonna be honest with you, Tidy. Only thing I'm sold on Arthur Blank is his capacity to improve the running game. I think the players like him. I don't think it's a Parcells, Belichick, Jimmy Johnson type of like. I think it's more so it's a respect my boss type of like. You know, like I say, and we just got a lot of unanswered questions. And the first 2 years, 14 and 20, I can't do nothing with that. People say, okay, we was behind the 8 ball with bad contract. He was behind the 8 ball with bad personnel. Okay, well, he got his personnel in here now. We got rid of the bad contract now. So, like my man Wolf said, dude, if this is a winnable division, and you don't drafted all of these players in the first round, you should not be having problems with getting the guys that you drafted in the first round involved in your offense. This is your offense, your scheme, your players, dude. If you can't design schemes for them, why did you draft them in the first place? I don't get it. But like I say, it's just the first game. We won the first game mostly on defense. Our defense made a few plays and gave the offense a short field. So I think Green Bay's I would put it like this. I don't think Green Bay ain't no Carolina. I think they're much better on offense. I think the continuity is better. I think the design is better. I think Arthur Smith, you really got your work cut out for you this week. Because if you think you're just going to run, and slant pass, and all that dink and dunk bullshit, dude, you setting yourself up. You fooling yourself. We have got to see this quarterback open up this offense and throw the ball down the field. It's your job, Arthur. Like Wolf said, you took the man. It's your job to put him in a position to win. So no more excuses. I am sick of the excuses, okay? I ain't got no excuses left for Arthur Smith this year. Win or else. No more excuses with the quarterback. No more excuses with this or that. Win or else. We need to be winning games based on your offense, your scheme, your design. And if the offense is failing, Arthur, we looking at you. We looking at the quarterback too, but we really looking at you. And if we don't win this year, dude, like Wolf said, man, you got to go. You got to go. Really, this division. If we make the playoffs as a wild card and we like barely get in, we get in the back door, and we not really that good of a team. Like my man said, Wolf, you said in 3 or 4 years they need to make Dion call. Man, make the Dion call this year. How about that? His son coming out this year. How about you make the call as soon as possible? Because I ain't putting up with no more losing.
I heard that. John Harris?
So, Red,
Yes,
you
sir.
ain't sold, right? That's what I gather from what you said. You just ain't sold. No matter what, you ain't sold.
You know how I feel, John.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that was cleared up. Some people in the back just came in. I just want to make sure that they understood what you said.
I ain't seen nothing to be sold on.
Yeah, but hey, y'all, red ain't sold. Okay. Now, I just looked at. Now I'm looking at the game while we're talking. I just saw your starting quarterback get some pressure up the middle, scramble over to the left, loop around to the left, go all the way over to the left side of the field, past the yard marker, and throw a pass across the field to somebody. And if the pass had been accurate, it would have been picked off. Y'all remember the play?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Hey, John, I've been trying to talk about this play for the totality of this week. I know exactly what you're saying, but go ahead.
This goes back to a song that I wrote way back when I found out what my quarterback coach was and who my quarterback coach is. Now, y'all got at Mariota about lobbing a grenade from his back. But here I see my quarterback here do something just as dumb and just as bad.
Thank you.
Arthur Smith has been troubling me about quarterbacks ever since I found out who his quarterback coach was. And if you remember, gentlemen, he said that after that one series that Ridder played in the preseason, he saw everything that he needed to see and that he was satisfied.
That's what he said.
If you don't have questions about Ridder, I don't know why you don't. Because number one, he's not getting good quarterback training and teaching, on the job training and teaching, because see, him working with Jordan Palmer in the offseason versus him being coached by Dave Ragone, who couldn't coach a pregnant woman in Lamar's class, you don't have nothing teaching this man or training this man. Okay, now see, running, fine. We can run all day. You can run over folk all day, doggone long. And I kept telling everybody, look back at what they did in Tennessee to give you an indication of what he's going to do here. All right. Now, the differentiating factor is that Tannehill was a pro before he came to Tennessee. Okay. Ridder is not. Ridder's a rookie. Mariota was drafted by Tennessee. Look at what he allowed him to do. All right. This is what I'm looking at as being the future of the Atlanta Falcons. Total control, total clamps on the quarterback, and not allowing him just, calling plays where, look, when you go out there, you throw the cow pits. I don't care if 40 people is on him, you throw the cow pit. Now, if you don't think you can get it in there, throw it away. See, the thing is, being a third-round draft pick, being very happy to be here, he's going to follow every instruction that the coach is going to give him. He is not going to improvise. He is not going to go off script. He is not going to do anything to endanger or get yelled at by the coach. That's the impression I'm getting. Okay? Because, ladies and gentlemen, we do not have Brett Favre here. We do not have Aaron Rodgers here. We do not have Tom Brady here. We've got a third-round pick, a rookie, that is going to follow every instruction that the coach gives him. Son, you did good. Yeah, it looked like you were going to get sacked there, but I'm glad you threw that ball away so you can reserve the yardage for a punt.
Do you like Tannehill?
I have no like or dislike for Tannehill. I'm saying that Tannehill, see, people try to compare Ridder with Tannehill. They've been trying to do that ever since they've been here. But the difference is Tannehill was a pro when he got to Tennessee.
I don't agree. I think Tannehill was pretty bad before he came to Tennessee. Nobody believed in him. Like they shipped him out of. They took him from making him a wide receiver, tried to make him into a quarterback coming into the league. Tannehill, I'm talking about, because he could run around.
He was a quarterback his last year,
and he sucked it up in Miami. Yeah, but he sucked it up in Miami though, and Tennessee took a flag on him. He was bad in Miami.
Okay,
he got bad.
All right.
Hold on.
Let me say this. He might have been bad in Miami.
Tannehill was a quarterback.
He was sent to Tennessee as a quarterback. Okay, so all of that.
Tannehill was a quarterback his last year in college.
He
was a quarterback. He was still learning. He was still learning the position when he came into the NFL. Same thing with Troy Andersen. Troy Andersen was a quarterback, a running back, a receiver. Yeah, Troy was all that. Troy just started playing linebacker his last year. His last 2 years, he started playing linebacker. He's just learning the position.
When is he gonna play song for us?
He got a sack.
Well, he won't be playing this Sunday.
Steven, let's be real. He fell into that damn thing.
Hey man, that's how we do.
All I'm saying is this: if a player is playing outside their natural position and they're learning the position on the fly, you got to give them that time. Now, a quarterback, you didn't play quarterback since you was back there playing peewee. You already know how to play quarterback. There's only so much tweaking that you can do. Now, let's be honest about it. Now, Brady fell into the perfect system. Why? Because Belichick, all right, he understood these are his strengths, these are his weaknesses. I can be effective with him doing it. There's a difference. He played quarterback his whole time. Ridder, same thing. He played quarterback his whole life. He didn't play quarterback and strong safety. No, it wasn't a toss-up when he was going to college. He didn't have any offers. He went to goddamn Cincinnati. He didn't have no D1 offer. The only college that offered him was Cincinnati. He went to Cincinnati, and he played for 4 years. Now tell me what quarterback you know that sit there, if you really NFL ready, gonna sit there and play for 4 years.
Okay, let me jump in real quick so we can get back on track. All right, James, your opinion on your head coach Arthur Smith, his play calling, and what you've seen from him on Sunday in the last two years.
It's inconsistency to me. If I can rate him 1 to 10 right now, I can rate him as probably a 3.54 of confidence in him. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. To me, it's just like one portion of the game. Sunday, it was 3rd and 5, and he runs the outside zone out the pistol formation, and when he's supposed to have been passing. That shows a lack of confidence that he shows in rhythm, for one. For two, he just really don't know what the hell he wants to do. He doesn't have an identity on the team, to me, because he wants to run the ball 1 year, then he say he wants to be more balanced, but the inconsistencies of his play calling is showing me different. He has to do better. And this situation with the quarterback has to be resolved quickly, because the schedule doesn't get any easier. You got Green Bay coming, then you got Detroit, and then you got to go to London for Jacksonville. That's potentially 3 playoff teams right there. And the play calling suggesting to me has got me kind of worried. So with that being said, I leave it shorthand. He just got to do better. He really got to do better. And I've been vouching for him, but he has to do better overall. So that's my answer.
What do you not like about the play calling?
Huh?
What do you see that you don't like that's inconsistent? Just curious.
He called on this. It's more situational than anything. Just like I said, it was 3rd and 5, and you want to call it outside zone. You don't call it outside zone. You got to have something better that's into play to get that first down. Is it the confidence that you have in your quarterback, or is it just in general that you wanted to do that? See, Mo, the thing is, and what's going on is at the end of the day, is that I'm happy for the win, but you got some shit that's going on that may end up affecting you in this season. And you got to get that rectified before you start getting in the swing of things and, contention for the playoffs, even within the division. So that's with me, Arthur Smelker has to do better. He has the talent around him. He ain't drafted all his talent around him. Use all of it. At one point in the game, it was only 2 targets, 2 picks, and Drake. You 2 targets.
I'm saying, look,
Hey,
they got.
hey, James. I think with reality the situation is he ain't got a juice like that. Like you said, on third and 5, bro, you got to give us your best play. We just got a turnover. We need 7. And you call play that's settling for 3. Like you don't got the juice, bro. You don't got the juice, bro. Because that, like, if you an offensive coordinator, you got to give us your best play.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
Are you gonna throw it if you don't believe in that quarterback though? Are you gonna throw it with a guy you don't believe in?
Then why is he
supposed to
starting?
believe in before you put him on the field. You don't put a man on the field that you don't believe in. I'm sorry.
Right.
He did.
Hey,
So
Mark.
let me say this right quick.
Go ahead, James.
In the situation of the game plan, you said before the season even started that you want to be balanced. So with that being said, if you're going to put a quarterback out there that you don't feel confident in passing, why the hell he's out there in the first place?
Who you want?
You could have went with you could have went with Taylor Heineke at that point if you wanted to do all that.
With who?
But the thing is, and what's going on within the situation is, he has to do a better job. Now, the 4th quarter when we went up, he started utilizing him more. I give him that in the 4th quarter. But overall, with that game plan, it was shitty. I'ma say it point blank. It was shitty. It was ass. Pause. Overall, I stream on Sundays. As everybody know. If you would have seen my stream that Sunday, bruh. But beside the point, Arthur Smith got to do better overall. If he ain't confident in the quarterback, he need to go with Taylor Heineke or Luke Woodside. That's the point blank period.
I'm gonna give everybody a quick bet, right? I'm gonna give everybody a quick bet because I usually make my bets right now, right? If you bet $100 that Desmond Ridder throws 250 yards off $100, 250 yards, which is nothing in the NFL, it's paying out $1,600.
I wouldn't make that bet right now. Not in game 2.
I'm gonna advise anybody to make that bet. You know Arthur Smith want to run the ball.
Has he even touched 250 in his 5 games?
No, 250 against Green Bay.
No, I'm saying, but in his 5 games, has he ever touched 250?
I don't even think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think he has.
Nah.
Like his best game was Tampa was like 215, 220, something like that.
That tells you everything you need to know so far.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Right.
I don't see elite right there, man.
All right. Also, Steven, go ahead. Your opinion on Arthur Smith, his play calling, and so forth.
I'll say this. I've wanted to believe in Arthur Smith from the very beginning. Still hopeful, still optimistic, but it's sheer emotion. because when I look at the game and I study what he's doing, it's puzzling. It just doesn't make sense. And so I started thinking back to the 2 years that I excused because he was in cap hell. But when I think about the things that he said, like when he came in and they were talking about Ryan, and he was very vocal that, hey, we can win with Ryan. And so I don't know why he said that, but he said that.
What's he supposed to say?
He didn't have to say anything.
Yeah, you got to say something. You
He
can't.
can say-
No, you don't.
No, he can say
No,
he can-
man.
No, you
no,
don't.
listen.
No, you don't.
Belichick say anything.
No, listen.
Y'all
let
would
me
be
say
serious?
this. No.
Uh-uh.
Let me say this. I work in
Country
communication.
up.
I work in
Low country
communication.
up, tight.
You don't have to say we can win with Ryan. You can say we're going to compete. I believe in our players. When you single Matt Ryan out, which was the question that a lot of people had, and probably Terry had, it's like, well, why is he saying that? Okay. And then the very next year, we go after Deshaun Watson. Okay. And then now that you look at the type of offense that Arthur Smith is running, it just doesn't add up. It almost seems like we got I was thinking we were getting all these big receivers so that they'll be easier targets for our quarterback. Maybe they're big because they can block.
That's exactly why they big.
I don't understand what he's doing. And the QB issue is puzzling. I touched on that issue earlier. They said that Ridder's the guy, and everybody's like, well, okay, Arthur Smith must have seen something. He had a full year. And then the type of performance that we saw from Arthur Smith, not necessarily Ridder, but from Arthur Smith. Now, granted, Arthur Smith got the win, but we're going deep. We don't just look at the stat and say that's a win and okay, we're good. No, that's not how it works. We're going to look and see, what did we do? We got lucky. That's what we did. Our defense saved us, not the game plan from the offensive coordinator, not the game plan, of course, from Arthur Smith. And so the QB issue is puzzling to me because if you feel so strong, I remember the NFL owners meetings, and they were vehemently saying, no, Ridder's our guy. When people were asking about Lamar Jackson, it's like, no, Ridder's our guy. And it's like, okay, Ridder must be the shit,
After just going after Lamar.
Right, exactly. And then
now that Lamar shit though, I think that was some collusion with everybody in the league though.
Maybe it was, but again,
everybody was kind of shunning that Lamar. That was some bullshit. So,
but they didn't have to say anything,
right?
And the other thing that concerns me about Arthur Smith is he has a smug attitude, and I've kind of written that off. Who cares what the attitude is? But it makes a difference when a reporter asks a question and he say, "Well, this isn't fantasy football." Well, we're not necessarily talking about fantasy football. We're talking about when you're down by 17. And your number one draft pick a year ago had one target. Your unicorn only had a few targets. Can you win that way? And honestly, everybody likes to carry the company line. They really don't, though, because if I'm a wide receiver and my contract is up in 3 or 4 years and my numbers aren't where they're supposed to be because you're not scheming for me, but you took me number one, I'm pissed. Right. Basically, you're doing a disservice to me as a player. I mean, it's just that simple. And so I think he's a little stubborn. He wants to run the ball. He's not really using Pitts, and people are beginning to recognize. And it's kind of like Atlanta always finds a way to be the laughing stock of the league. And I'm not saying that should be our primary focus or we should care about that, but it happens. Now people are saying we don't know how to use Pitts. This guy's supposed to be a unicorn, but we don't use him. We're using him to block. That's an expensive ass in the next couple of years if they plan on keeping him blocker. I don't understand it. And so I want to believe in Arthur Smith. I really do. I hope that, what I'm seeing is something I just don't understand because I'm not an NFL coach, and he turns it around. Maybe he comes out against Green Bay and we light it up. Maybe Desmond Ridder can throw the ball. I don't know. But there's so much mystery there. What is it that Arthur Smith is trying to do? And it just doesn't make sense. And the point I made earlier before I wrap up is talking about his leadership skills, talking about Desmond Ridder's leadership skills, and he's the only quarterback that's playing as a starter that was drafted over the last 2 years, including the rookies, who's not a captain. So if you're not going to talk about his arm strength and his accuracy and his elusiveness and his quick release, and all you're talking about is leadership, and the damn team doesn't want to make him a captain, what am I supposed to think? I mean, it's really that simple. So I am for Arthur Smith to win certainly this year, but I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't feel good about what he's doing. He can go light it up on Sunday and the next week, and obviously it'll change the way I feel. But right now, I don't see it. I really don't. I don't know if he knows what he's doing.
Can I ask a question here? Because I want somebody or everybody. What is a unicorn?
Well, I think what they were trying to say about Pitts is that it's fantasy. It's something that you don't see ever. It's like once in a lifetime, make believe.
You got that right. We sure don't see it ever.
Right.
Hey, to answer your question, when they talk about him being a unicorn, it's the ability to make plays like that wild throw that when Ridder threw that ball into double coverage on him, to be able to track the ball like that. There's not a tight end. There's maybe one tight end in the league who could track a ball like that, but there's not a tight end who could run that route 40 yards deep for you. And there's not a lot of receivers who can even track the ball and turn around and catch that ball like that. So I think if you give him a quarterback that can, fully do it, I think he'll be all right. I mean, we'll see where we at with it this year, So
yeah, Ty, I just want to say one last thing real quick, and that is, it looks like Ridder is not good, but we really need to see more of Ridder. If Ridder sucks,
that's okay, right?
And let us see that he sucks, and that'll be easier for the coach to move on past him. But if you're going to hide him in practice and then make a move that everybody's like, well, yeah, he probably wasn't good, but he only threw, an average of 20 passes a game, so we don't really know. And then he goes somewhere else and they let him sling the ball and actually develop. It's like, damn, let's see what we have.
How much more do you need to see?
How much do I need to see? I would give Ridder the entire season unless he just totally sucked. Okay. If he's throwing several interceptions, if he's playing like he played in those last 4 games, and people really give Ridder too much credit for those 4 games. He looked terrible. Look at those fumbles. I mean, on one play, the ball literally slipped out of his hand. I mean, it was just terrible. And so if he plays like that, I would say for, I don't know, half the season, we may need to make a change, unless we've been losing and maybe we need to go get us a quarterback and just stay the course.
Shador.
All right, Kelly, thank you for waiting patiently, bro. What's your opinion on Arthur Smith?
First, Steven stole my thunder because he went right where I was heading. I think he has potential, but his arrogance is probably going to ultimately be his demise. And to add on to Steven's last point as well, you're never going to see probably Ridder suck because Arthur Smith is not going to put him in a position for us to see anything. We're going to keep seeing 2-yard shots to the flat to Bijan. So we're never really going to see Ridder suck, and that's probably going to be what extends his playing. But I do think the next 3 games will be telling. I think those next 3 games are unavoidable, starting with Sunday. I think he's a better OC than a head coach. He just, for some reason, he has this Kyle Shanahan arrogance, even though he doesn't have Kyle Shanahan's track record. There's positives and there's negatives. Like he made Tannehill look good. That 2020 year, you're talking about 36 touchdowns, 4,000 some yards. I mean, how many times did Matt cross 36 touchdowns in his 14 years? Not much.
3,800 yards.
Twice.
Yeah, but my apologies. I rounded up. I apologize for rounding up.
No, that's a 200-yard roundup.
But to be fair, he has crossed 4,000 before. He crossed 4,000 twice in Miami, where Simo said he wasn't a good quarterback.
Miami.
the thing is, the ultimate thing is the reason I feel like he's a better OC than a head coach is because they're just head scratching decisions as a head coach.
Right.
The play calling, I mean, some of it's creative in terms of design and things like that. That's kind of how he got the job. But the decision making, like when to run this, why did you make this decision? Why we have a top 4 tight end that's really a receiver that we don't utilize? Those are head scratching decisions that really can't be explained. Like it really can't. So those are the things I think are probably the most damning. And then to whoever thought it was a winning game plan overall to say we're going to get to the Super Bowl by running, that's just not a format that's been proven to be successful over the last 15 some years. Like even when you go to last year, you look at the Chubb and the Browns, Jacobs, all the top running attacks, including us, none of us made the playoffs. Like just go look at that list of top running backs last year. It's a passing league. When you look at the Super Bowl and all the teams that participate in the Super Bowl every year, they all have like top 5, top 10 passing attacks. So
Philly was a top running team.
Yeah, that's one of them. But where were they in passing?
I don't remember. They were high.
I think
they were pretty balanced.
I'll rephrase this. How many touchdowns did Jalen Hurts account for out of the quarterback position?
I don't know.
A lot.
A lot.
At least 40, I think.
Yeah, a lot. So
running.
So in that for Philly, yes, the running game did serve as a complement. A lot of times you will see that when a team is up by 20 points, they run to get the game over with and kill the clock. But for those who had a run-based offense, none of those teams made the playoffs, just about. So I think that overall philosophy is also kind of damning if you think you're just going to run over people to get to the Super Bowl. And that's my ultimate issue with whoever came up with that idea, if that's Arthur Smith's game plan or not.
Well, Kelly, how do you trust him as an OC then if that's his game plan?
I think the one where I kind of take a little light off him is that I think he calls plays according. I think he called plays and he schemes according to the capabilities of his quarterback. So, for example, the types of play calling he did with Tannehill and the types of play calling he has with Matt versus the type of play calling he had with Mariota, all different. I think it's just based upon the capabilities of who he has under center. And I think we all can see that. Like, he's calling plays based upon what he thinks his quarterback can accomplish in this offense. So I think that's kind of the out, is that we don't know where he is if he does have like a Mahomes. Like, I made the same comment. They're talking about he's making these dumps, and I'm like, if he had Mahomes under center, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see 9 routes to Kyle Pitts downfield.
But you think he puts the players in the best position to win?
Yeah, I think he's calling plays based upon what he know he has. Like, he's not going to put Ridder in a position to fail. So I don't think you're ever going to see him completely suck, because he's not going to call plays. He's not going to have Ridder splitting safeties in the middle of the field, like threading the needle. I don't think he's going to dial up those plays because he know he doesn't have that quarterback. At least that's my assumption.
Like
Bryce,
Bryce
that's how
you think this is a winning? You think this is a winning motto? What we doing?
No, I think it's a losing model. I told when he did that prediction show, I said 8 and 9. I said no one's gonna win.
You did. Okay.
I'm
All right. So
confused.
you're not.
I'm a little bit
you're not
confused.
surprised.
What you confused about?
Because on one hand, you're saying that he's calling plays based on what he has available, but then you're criticizing him for utilizing what he has available.
How am I criticizing what he?
So what would you want him to do? You want him to let Desmond Ridder throw the ball 40 times a game?
No, here's what I need you to do. I need you to be a little bit more clear on what your confusion is. What about?
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm confused
Well, you're not
about.
clear. So
what is your big problem though? Like, to me,
overall decision making.
Here's what I'll explain it a little bit more. So
No, don't explain it more. Explain it better.
No, I mean, you wonder what I'm confused about. To me, that sounds like a good coach, somebody who utilizes and plays to the strength of what they have. We don't have a good pass set. Our offensive line is not good pass blocking, and I don't feel like we have an all world beater with our quarterback. I feel like we have a better chance of winning if we run the ball and we let these guys run block more so than throwing the ball as much, and we run play action off it. You got to pass, of course. I'm not saying that we're not supposed to you got to run to set up the pass. But
Simo, question. Let me interrupt you. Is this his first year in Atlanta?
Who, Arthur Smith?
Is this his first year?
Well,
did he just show up? Hold on. Did he just show up and Ridder's on his team? He inherited him. Is this his first year?
He had Matt Ryan his first year.
Okay, so he had 2 previous years to get what he needed in here, correct?
No, he couldn't get what he needed in here. We was under contract with Matt Ryan. They were trying to get rid of him, and they, like y'all said earlier.
So here's one thing I will
I thought Matt Ryan should have been gone before. He should have been gone.
You understand where I'm going?
Where are you going?
He didn't have to have a quarterback that was incapable of running his system. What I'm saying.
Who could he have had? He didn't have to use Matt Ryan. We couldn't get rid of Matt Ryan. We couldn't have just dropped him.
Okay, so here's what I would say. There's this thing called the draft, right? This is where teams go and get players, right?
Kelly, you crazy.
No, he's trying to figure out how we could have acquired a quarterback to run his offense. I'm telling him, there's this thing called the draft.
but Simo,
we didn't have a top
we spent a top 4 pick on a tight end that can't block in the NFL. We can draft whoever we want.
A top pick.
And if you are saying what you're saying,
3 top picks.
If you're saying what you're saying,
and they didn't even announce Ridder the starting quarterback until Carolina jumped to number 1. They were talking to every single rookie quarterback in that draft until Carolina made that jump. Then they declared Ridder the starter. They were shopping for a quarterback.
I'm gonna let Larry go. Hey, Larry, jump on in here, man.
Well, are you clear now?
What's up, Larry?
The point is because he doesn't have a quarterback to run this offense, that is a hindrance. I'm not saying that this was the overall plan. I'm saying this makes him look worse.
When he got here, he was not able to draft a quarterback. He was stuck to Matt Ryan. So
no, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Tell me.
He was not.
He wasn't. He didn't have to have Matt Ryan when he got here.
I'm gonna tell you why you're on some BS. All right. I'm gonna tell you why you're on some BS. Because you saying that there was no way to get a quarterback yet. They tried to trade heaven and earth to get Deshaun Watson.
That's after he had Matt Ryan. He had Matt Ryan for 1 year.
You talking about there's no way they could have got a quarterback in here, but yet they tried to get Deshaun Watson.
Let me answer you.
I think he's saying the first year that he got here.
First year.
I didn't say the first year. I said he's been here.
You said he had 3 years. You said he had 3 years to get what he needed.
So why are you focused on the first?
And he did. Hold on.
We got to start somewhere. Tell me, we got to start somewhere. So in these first years,
in these first years,
okay, through the first year, he had 2 more to get what he needed.
Simo, let's get this straight. You paid Kyle Pitts first round quarterback money for your number 4 pick.
Money. He gave him first round money. First round money is first round money. It don't matter if you're a quarterback or what you are.
So why didn't you get a quarterback?
Who were we going to draft at quarterback at that point?
You had 12 quarterbacks.
No, go look at that draft. The only person.
No.
The only person you could tell me out of that draft. Me and Tiny talked about this before. Let me answer you.
The draft. But hold on. You could have gotten a quarterback.
At what point?
Your very first pick in the number 4 pick in the first round, you could have gotten you a quarterback.
Who, John? Who? Name a name.
Who?
Hey, man, let me go look.
Right. I looked at this before. The only person. Stop. The only
anybody.
Let me think. The
Mac
only
Jones.
person.
Mac Jones and Fields.
Mac Jones.
That's right.
The England don't even want Mac Jones right now. Hardly.
I'm not saying
Jones.
No,
even be saying the same shit that we said about Matt Ryan.
Hold on.
Mac Jones
is he more talented than Ridder?
Mac
Okay.
Jones.
Is he more talented than Ridder?
I wouldn't.
But
Mac
does
Jones is where we needed to go.
does Mac Jones fit this scheme though, y'all?
No.
Be honest. Does he
See,
fit
we
the
don't
scheme?
know.
The
We don't
only
know what the
person that
scheme
we
is.
should have drafted.
Right. I don't even know.
We don't
I
know
don't even
what
know
the
what the
scheme
scheme
The only
is.
other person that I think it would have been okay that you could tell me it was okay that we should have
He
drafted.
could have
in that
drafted Mac
draft
Jones and did the
is
same thing he
Micah
did with Matt
Parsons.
Ryan.
Micah Parsons is the only person that out of that draft who would have been better than us drafting Kyle Pitts at that point.
That's a
Because-
lot. Mark
no,
in that
Hold on, let me
same
finish.
No,
draft.
sir.
Because-
Jay
sir.
Sewell is in that same
because-
draft.
No, sir.
Because if we would have
That's
drafted
not true.
Jamar Chase, if we would have
No,
drafted
sir.
Jamar Chase or Jefferson, we would have the same problem that you're talking about with Drake London and Kyle Pitts right now about getting on the ball.
No, I
See,
would
see,
have
Mo.
Field.
And the
Fields.
quarterback
No,
was available.
and
The only
the
other
reason
quarterback
why-
that was
hold on.
available at that time was Justin Fields.
Justin.
And no,
That's what we said.
Justin Fields, nobody's happy with Justin Fields right now either.
Is
He's
Justin
6'0".
Fields more talented than the quarterback we have now?
He's more athletic.
Is he more
Yeah.
talented than the
He's more
quarterback we
athletic. I
have
don't know.
now?
That's
Come
what
on,
remains to be
Steve-O.
seen. I don't know that he can play quarterback. He looks pretty bad.
Oh,
See,
you
Mo.
know Ridder get
Talented
played?
than the quarterback.
See, Mo.
Oh, so you
See, Mo.
gonna take up for
None of the
Ridder
nine
over
games
Fields?
proves the truth.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
I don't
Mo.
know. Maybe with a
See,
better,
Mo.
maybe with a better coach. I'm not sold on Chicago's coaches either, though.
See,
But you
Mo.
sold on
It's a
Ridder
simple
though.
You
question,
just
bro.
destroyed
And if
your
you
whole
had,
argument.
Hold on.
Justin Fields,
It's a very
who
simple
would
Hold
you
on.
throw to if you had Justin Fields? You
Oh,
would
yeah.
See, Mo, but the-
Larry, Ty, Larry been
we would
sitting
still
over
be
there.
in this same.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
would be in a talent predicament still.
Hey,
Let-
T.
Let
Larry
me say
talk.
this. Let me say this first, but then I'm gonna let Larry go.
I think my man trying to come up.
See, Mo. Yeah. See, Mo. Is that? Hold on. I'm gonna hold on. Go ahead, my boy. Go ahead,
Listen.
Wolf.
Go ahead, Wolf.
I'll be in the back. You know what I'm saying? I think my man trying to come up. But listen, man, I'll be in the back. I'll come up if anything. But listen, man, if I don't see you gentlemen, man, salute to everybody. It was a pleasure speaking to everybody.
Yes, sir.
You know
All
what I'm
right,
saying?
Wolf.
If you don't agree with my opinion, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Desmond Ridder has a lot to prove, and Desmond Ridder needs to tighten up the next 2 games. Let's tighten Desmond Ridder all the way up the next 2 games. I'm not sure if he needs a cleansing, some prayers. We gotta pray
Hey,
Jesus.
hey, Wolf. He need better coaching. He need better coaching.
I don't know if we need to pray to Dios. I don't know if we need to pray to Allah, God, Buddha, whatever we need to pray to.
No,
But let's
don't pray
pray.
now one of them. Don't pray
All
now.
right now, you know, Scientology, whatever. Listen, you just need to get shit right. Maybe light up some candles, set the mood right for his wife and stuff like that. Get him ready to go because we're gonna have a next 3
That
weeks.
might be the problem. He got too many kids.
There you go. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
but
Lord.
LT, it was a pleasure to be on this panel with you gentlemen, man.
Thank you for coming. Let them know where they can find you at before you go, Wolf. Let them know
Hey,
your
man,
YouTube.
Wolf Solidified. Remember to get your life up, not your likes up. Mr. Do me a favor, don't do me no favors. It's your boy. I'm up here. Anybody ever come to New York, let me know. I'll show you a good time. Some Puerto Rican flavor. You already know what it is, boy. It's your boy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, before you go, Wolf, we do this every Friday, bro. We need you in here more often.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, now that I know that you guys are on, listen, bro. I'm here, bro. I love hitting the panels. Listen, man, do me a favor. If you a Falcon fan, supporter, whatever, start hitting these other panels. Start hitting and let them know that we out here. Start hitting panels and let them know they're not here because the Wolf be by himself. I need a couple of my Wolves with me. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's a Packer channel, whether it's a Viking channel, whether it's I hit the Patriots channel heavy. They know me up there in Boston. I don't never hide my face. I'm always cammed up. Let them know that you are an Atlanta Falcons supporter, fan, or whatever, man. Let them people know. Let's not be embarrassed about this logo. This is the best logo in the fucking world, right? The best fucking logo in the world. Right? Dirty Bird dancing, Miami Beach. Ray Buchanan had them white girls naked down there. Let's not forget that. You heard?
Hey, Wolf, put your info in the chat, in the private chat, bro.
Okay, cool. I will, man. You listen. Salute to all of y'all, man. Definitely a great conversation. And I'm looking forward to talking to you more. But remember, man, it's the number one logo in the fucking world right here, man. This right here, brother.
That's right.
All right, man. Now we got to talk. Me and you got to talk about Jared Glanville because there's some stuff.
That's
you
right.
Need to know. There's some stuff
just
you
real
need to
quick,
know.
John. Real quick, John. Just real quick before I go. The reason why I became a Falcon fan is because Jerry Glanville made the New York Daily News, and he was on the cover with John Gotti. He was on the cover.
Yeah.
That's how I became a Falcon.
Teflon done.
That's gangster shit.
Boy Wolf. It's your boy Wolf. I'm solidified.
That's the Wolf.
I love everybody, boy. You already know what it is. T. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Mark, Simo, Red, John, James, my man Steve, Key, Larry. I ain't here for you, my brother, but I'm pretty sure I'll hear for you in the future, bro. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you too.
You will, brother.
All right,
brother.
Appreciate you, Wolf. Thank you, bro, for coming. All right, y'all. That's the Wolf, man. Y'all make sure to like Wolf up on YouTube also, man. That's one of the great Falcons content creators. So I'm gonna try to have him on the Waffle House more often, man. So that's how Wolf he repping up in the Northeast region for us. So
he got a hard job.
Yeah, boy, it's hard enough down south.
He got a hard job. Boy.
Hey, that's real shit though.
He sound like he from up north. The way he represent. I mean, he don't take no excuses, man.
All right, so
win or else.
So real quick, we're gonna let Larry get his opinion on Arthur Smith, and then we're gonna go to a topic that me and Simo been talking about, which is Kyle Pitts. But Larry, you got the mic right now. What's your opinion on Arthur Smith, his play calling and his scheme, which you've seen thus far, specifically on Sunday?
I ain't never been a fan of Arthur Smith play caller. I do think that he does, limit what Ridder will do because he does not have faith in him executing a pass-heavy offense. My thing is, while he did make Tannehill look better, I still feel that he got the job because of the best offensive line and King Henry running the ball. It's real easy when you got 8 in the box, where it's supposed to be. But then it's supposed to be. But again, what did Tannehill do with his 4,000 yards and 30-some touchdowns in the playoffs? Nothing. Lose at home. Like, stop it, man. Like, what did you need to tell me? What has Arthur Smith accomplished that he was this dynamic offensive genius?
Don't say it. Don't say that word.
All you were doing was 3 clouds of play action.
Stop it!
No, seriously. Don't need to tell me, because when it came down to the playoffs, when you played better teams, you played in a trash division. You won the division.
Larry, can I just clarify one thing real quick?
I mean, that's about his offense. Yeah, like, come on, man, stop. All right, go ahead.
So I would just say this. So I've seen former players and other offensive players, when they talk about him being creative in terms of play calling, I think most of them are talking about in terms of play design. I've heard specifically like quarterbacks and certain former players highlight the way in which he draws up the plays. I'm not talking about his success record. I'm just saying that other people have touted his creativity and play design.
Well, when we gonna see it on the field, Kelly?
All right. I got you. Now, drawing up a play, put it on your Mac Plus or whatever. That's cool and all. That's cool.
Shut up, Winston.
But I mean,
God!
Dang, how the hell you say shut up once? I ain't even say shit. My mic.
I thought.
No, that's me. That's me laughing.
Oh, okay. I thought that was you laughing, Winston.
Hey, no, that shit hilarious though.
This shit gotta stop, man. This shit gotta stop. Good God Almighty. I just got back on the jump.
I want to give him the doubt because he's our head coach, and it is what it is. It's my thing is, do I trust Arthur Smith to coach up Ridder? It's not about if Ridder is able to do this and Ridder is able to do that. Can your coach, okay, you got this guy here. You try to make several different trades to get another quarterback. It didn't work. You was non-committal until just before the draft. Ridder's our guy. Between that time and now, what have you implemented to say that, okay, well, we're going to try to get this part out of him? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see the ingenuity of his offense, but us having all these offensive pieces. And also, I will give him some slack. Offensive line cannot pass block worth nothing.
Right.
Hey, Larry, let me get after you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm looking at it right now, and really, truthfully, I feel Lindstrom is kind of like hamstring because he got to come up, block his man, and chip off, and then help McGarry. If McGarry could just at least lead those guys inside, and I know conventional wisdom say never lead a guy inside, push him to the outside, but his feet are so slow, it's like cement. They take a step outside, he pushing like this, like
He's stuck.
Like,
He's trying to push forward, and they shooting past him.
And it's like buyer's remorse. Like, how can Ridder really? I mean, he has to be better. He has to be. You can't just throw for 115 in the league, even with a horrible offensive line. Because you look at Joe Burrow, not to compare him to Joe Burrow, but Joe Burrow has a horrible offensive line. He made them better, and now they're putting effort into the offensive line to protect him because they see how good he is. Even with
Hey, Larry, off of what you just said, Joe Burrow took the worst offensive line in the league to the AFC Championship and to the Super Bowl.
To the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he also have.
No, he took it to the AFC Championship the year before, and then took it turned it to the same starting line and went to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
That's what a great player do. A great player will always elevate everybody else.
Well, everybody's not going to be that player. I need him to be Garoppolo. I'm not seeing that right now. What I really need to see.
I don't need.
What I really need to see from this offense is A, can y'all pass block it? B, you got a whole bunch of offensive weapons and it don't seem like you know how to use them. Now, I'm not saying that's because of Ridder. I'm not saying that's because of the offensive line. But if you got Pitts literally blocking because McGarry can't block, that's not really on coach. That means that we kind of spent a little bit too much on McGarry.
Here's my question for you.
Yeah.
Because it's virtually the same line and it's virtually the same Carolina defensive line from last year. What do you think is the difference between last year and this year? Because we didn't have that bad of a
they whooped
game
out
on the right side of the line.
Did you forget that game? They whooped out in the second game, bro. They whooped us up and down, bro.
Hey, what? Who?
That was
I'm talking about in the backfield the issues on the right side of the line.
I mean,
yeah, that where the heat was coming from on what was it, October 19th?
McGarry is a road break on running the ball. Okay, point his nose to which way he gonna go, and him and Lindstrom can hold hands and they can go. But when you put McGarry in space, he got feet of cement, short arms, and no swivel in his hips.
Yeah, I get that he's a better run blocker than he's a pass blocker. But what I'm saying is, keep in mind, he earned a contract based off what he did last year. So
we lost our starting center.
And
was there anyone else out there? They didn't want to lose the continuity in the run game because that's all he did well.
But what I'm saying is his lack of ability to be elite at pass blocking wasn't as alarming last year. We weren't screaming, "Oh, he's terrible." We weren't screaming
it. Horrible. No.
Oh yeah, we
No,
were.
no. Hold on. No.
The year before that, we were.
As an
Not last
overall
year.
product, last year, McGurry was decent. McGurry
That's
was
what I'm
decent
saying.
at pass blocking.
Last year was a contract season.
Okay, so that was my question. I said, what was
hold
the
on.
difference? You're saying because he was playing in a contract year.
I want to tell you, I think part of the reason is that we
Here's the
lost our
context
starting
to it.
center as well too. Our starting center
Here's the
got
context
hurt
to it.
during the preseason.
What are you talking about?
We lost our-
What are you talking about? Darman just played Sunday. He would have started center all last season. What are you talking about?
He talking about Matt Henderson.
Yeah, he had to be. But Hennessy played left guard. He was the swing guard.
I mean, to be fair, they were rotating at the beginning of the season, for sure.
No, they was rotating the beginning of last offseason, and Darman beat them, and Darman started all 17 games. There was no rotation this season. Hennessy was a backup guard. He was starting with correction. He was starting at left guard. And then he got hurt. And Bergeron stepped up. But Bergeron was going to step up and take that job over him anyway. Hennessy was supposed to be the interior swing player.
Drew Darman started all 17 games last year.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's not about starting. There was games when they were literally rotating at center. Like literally.
I get it, but it still doesn't have anything to do with McGarry on the right side of the line. That was my thing, though.
Oh, like, I agree.
Yeah, he's been lined up across from Brian Burns. This isn't his first time ever seeing Brian Burns. This isn't Lindstrom's first time ever seeing Garrett Brown. So that was my point. Is like,
That game was preseason, man.
We played 2 games against Carolina last year.
We played 2 games last year.
Like a turnstile last year. That's what I'm saying.
He's saying his first game, Kelly, was like a preseason. If you don't cut that thing off, he said this thing. He was saying the first game was like
last year. We was
talking about for a right tackle that's in his 5th year. Like,
well, I would Kelly. He shouldn't be sucking now.
We played Burn 2 times every season for the past 3 seasons. For the past 4 seasons.
Right.
There's nothing new.
You're saying McGarry should be used to it, right?
Burns just advanced his skill set, and McGarry hasn't. There's the difference.
Right. There you go.
That's what Kelly's sitting there trying to tell y'all.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it too was, I mean, again, this is our division rival, so like they know our offensive line better than anybody in the league. And then, like somebody said, I want to say it was Winston or maybe Larry. They tore us up last year, so I mean, they're very comfortable going against this offensive line. They knew our weaknesses. You know, a lot of the defensive linemen, they know exactly when a guy's pass blocking. They know exactly when a guy's about to run block. I mean, and then you talk about some of the top defensive linemen in the league. So, I mean, they did what they were supposed to do. They ate them up, and I think it was unrealistic for us.
They ran all over us last year. Like they ran on us.
Shit, they ran on us on Sunday. They ran on Sunday. They had more rushing yards than we did Sunday.
That's what I was saying. They
20 and 30 yards. They outran us. Their offense executed more than our offense did. If we didn't, I put it to you like that. I put it to you like that. If Jesse Bates didn't make the turnover that he made, we would have lost the game. Offensively wise, we only mustered 7 points. We only mustered 7 points.
We only
strictly off of offense. Strictly off of offense.
Yards.
Now,
I think you were off when we said that.
Off of turnover, we mustered 17 points.
Hey, we were pretty solid when it came to running the ball, though. Like in terms of our average. And
we were solid, but they was better.
But y'all asking about I'm just saying in terms of you asking about McGarry and that line.
Well, we always solid Seymour.
Yeah, and it go back to what everybody was saying. Like we're not a good pass blocking team. Hell,
But I'm saying, but he should be though. In 3 years, nothing has improved.
Listen, last year was I think last year, I think it's strongly like he said.
In 4 years.
Because of that
In
contract.
4 years, because their right side been together for 4 years.
The first 2 years, McGarry was pretty. We was complaining about him the first 2 years. He kind of got it together last year, so I kind of agree with being a contract.
Yeah, because he was ready to get paid.
Yeah,
he was ready to get paid. So he showed out.
I hope he could be solid this year. But again, like you said, Brian Burns and in the big boy in the middle. I mean, he be whooping niggas up.
Who from the Packers? Who from the Packers do we need to worry about getting in his ass this week? Is it somebody on that level of Brian Burns?
Let me just say this. As far as the rushing goes, we actually ran the ball more efficiently than the Panthers did.
We did.
We averaged 5 point. We averaged 5 point yards per rush, and they averaged 4.8. The difference was they just had the ball way more than we did.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly. Hey, Tyler, how many plays we ran on offense? Like, what was it, 48, 49?
44 plays.
44? Okay.
44 plays.
How many on defense?
So we was more efficient on offense. I give you that, right? But at the same time, they did more damage. That's the biggest thing. And you know why? Because Bryce Young was able to hit the little quick outs to keep drives going.
He made some throws.
I wouldn't say they did. I wouldn't say they did more damage. I would just say they had the ball longer. They had the ball 10 more minutes than we did, which is pretty much a quarter.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Who looked better? Who looked better on the quarterback?
Bryce Young.
No, Ridder looked better.
Bryce Young.
Ridder.
No, Bryce Young.
I'm not. Let me say this.
Ridder was sitting there throwing behind the line of scrimmage.
Let me say this. I'm not gonna say a guy who had 2 interceptions looked better than a guy that had no interceptions.
Right. Hey, Tyler, hold on. Hey, Tyler, let me ask you this. All right, if you can pull up the first passing play where Ridder sitting there threw it and it got deflected, that was the interception. That was the interception. Frankie Louvu.
Yeah.
Frankie Louvu was going to intercept that. All right, now watch it. Now let me give you one more. When Ridder sat there and rolled off to the left, and he sat there and threw all the way back across the field, if that cornerback was sitting there paying attention, or that safety, that was a pick six.
Right.
All right, y'all. Okay. Hold on. That going in every game now. Yeah. We can't get. Hold on. Wait a minute, Winston. Wait a minute.
Go ahead. I'm here. I'm after you. Go ahead.
Pause. Hold on. We can't get to the point we nitpick every single play on Ridder now, because there's a play on every game where you can say, well, if so and so did this, or so and so did this, so and so did this, this would have happened. We can't get to that point. We nitpick every single play. You know, there's a play on every single game, every single team where you can say, well, if this happened, this would have picked. If this happened, this would have been a touchdown. At the end of the day, we really just got to go with the final results were. You know, I didn't like the play calling. I didn't like the fact that we didn't challenge the defense. But, you know, you can't say a guy that had 2 interceptions and that cost like 14 points. I played a guy that didn't have no interceptions.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a different way.
That was a good rebuttal to me, Titus. I'll back off.
Which quarterback looked more comfortable and in command, and which quarterback looked scared?
That's a great question, Steve.
And concerned.
Right. I think that should have been my better question.
Bryce Young.
Yeah.
That's a better question.
Bryce Young.
Because the rookie quarterback.
Bryce Young looked more comfortable back there sitting there throwing that rock than Ridder did. And it showed in. Hold on. Stop. It showed in the play calling.
I disagree.
You know why?
Because the play rewarding boxers that choose not to box. If he choose not to throw the ball, like we can't keep rewarding him, say no interceptions, but he didn't choose to participate. Like don't reward him for just throwing the ball to Bijan every play.
All right, but Kelly, can we agree?
How many times Bijan got smacked?
Can we agree that was probably more of a coaching thing than it was a player thing.
No matter no matter who came up with it, we can't reward a boxer who didn't swing. That's my point.
Thank you.
Even if
What
it
is thank
is
you.
discretion
Thank you.
of the coach, we can't.
We gotta put them two together, Tidy.
danger.
Ridder and Arthur Smith. That's a package deal. We gotta put them two together.
No,
Hey, well,
never
let
put
me
them
ask
all
you
in
a
they
play.
are
question.
not
He's never
a
gonna have the
package deal
opportunity to be in a
because
situation.
there
Well,
was
ask a
more
question.
routes. There
Let me
was
ask this
more
question.
routes in the play call than just sitting there checking it down. There are
Okay.
more routes in the play call. So when we said that, go ahead.
Let John come in and then let Steven come in. John, go ahead. Then Steven, you come right behind John.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask a question. This is Frank Reich's first year with Young.
It is.
This is Arthur Smith. And see, I want to say first year with Ridder, but I can't. Which of those two do you trust to groom a quarterback?
I don't know.
And see, I gotta say Frank Reich.
I don't know either on that one either.
Yeah.
I gotta
ahead,
say
Steven.
Frank Reich. I gotta say Frank Reich because Frank Reich played the position.
Well,
Frank
speaking
Reich
about
played
this,
the position. And Frank Reich, well, I always hold this up as far as he's concerned. He was the orchestrator of the biggest comeback in NFL history as a quarterback. Houston Oilers, Buffalo Bills. Okay. Now, Frank Reich, I'm going to have to look to be absolutely certain about his pedigree and all the quarterbacks that he has tutored or that he has taught as an offensive coordinator and as a head coach. But Frank Reich did not coddle. What's his name? He didn't coddle him.
Right.
He gave him throws to throw. And see, there is something to be said about a young quarterback getting dumb interceptions out of his system in learning how to play the game early.
Absolutely.
There is something to be said about that because, okay, those two interceptions that he threw Sunday, next time we meet, possibly this coming Sunday, he's not going to throw those interceptions because he learned the speed of the game. Now, translating that to Ridder, are we double dog darn sure that he is learning the same thing from the people who teaching him? That's been my question because see, the thing is now, okay, I understand game planning to keep your quarterback out of trouble to a certain extent, but to the point where you got blinders on him and a shock collar so that when he throw the wrong pass, you know, he get punished for it. And that's the impression I'm getting. That's the impression I'm getting. It's just like, I mean, boy, you go out there, you throw the number 81. I don't care what it is, you throw the 81. If he covered, throw it away. And see, you cannot, I mean, a quarterback has to develop a feeling for the game, what he can do, what he can't do. And that comes with repetitions. And 15 freaking passes in a game is not going to give you what it is that you need to have in order to develop yourself or be developed out there on the field. 15 passes ain't enough. And see, Mariota last year, Ridder, that little piece of last year, and Ridder in his first game, I'm looking at a former offensive lineman, Arthur Smith, trying to call plays, trying to develop quarterbacks when you haven't been a quarterback before.
I agree, Wallace.
Yeah. So you know what? Arthur Smith is doing a disservice to the fan base. He's making the hopeful Ridder supporters giving them false hope because they really haven't seen anything, that makes them feel like this is the guy. And then the people who are like, Ridder's not shit, he's not letting Ridder play enough. And the little bit of play that we've seen of Ridder, we're like, oh, he ain't shit.
He ain't giving them enough to work with.
Right, but the point I want to make is, and John, you really were saying this. There's a difference between 3 years of experience and 1 year of experience 3 times. And Bryce Young was able to go out there and throw that ball around. We need to let Ridder throw the ball around. He's going to throw interceptions. All rookies, all new. That's just, you got to pay your dues. You got to go out there and learn the speed of the game. If you're always playing or riding your bike with training wheels, you're never going to learn how to ride.
Did that work for Bryce Young last week, though? They lost.
Yeah, they lost, but you know what? That was his first game.
But if we
lost,
to be fair, if Arthur Smith would have lost that game, y'all would have been saying, well, damn, it's time for him to go. I don't want to lose no more.
This is not about Arthur Smith. It's about
not about Smith. It's about Ridder.
And so
you have to see what Ridder can do. Period. I don't care however you want to slice it. You have to see what Ridder can do.
Hold on, Winston. Let Steve finish his point. Go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to say real quickly that if we don't see the soldiers fighting when the bullets are flying, if they're always training, we will never know what we really have. And the truth of the matter is, Ridder could be good. Hell, he could be great. We just don't know. Now, everything we've seen so far, it doesn't look like it. But then again, he threw 18 passes. If he would have thrown 36 passes, let's say double that, 36 passes, does that mean he would have thrown 4 interceptions? That's the assumption, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Maybe he would have thrown 4 touchdowns. We have no idea. He has the weapons around him. And so Arthur Smith is doing a disservice, because the perception of the people who support Ridder are like, hey, you saw that pass he threw the Pitts? You saw that pass he threw the Drake last year? I mean, hell, that's nothing though. That's nothing. And then the people like me who are like, damn, I saw the ball slide out of his hand. And I haven't seen anything to compensate for that, to say, well, you know what? He made mistakes. But did you see that? There's no balance. We're not seeing enough of Ridder, and we need to see more. And if he's not the guy, he's not the guy.
No,
we're going to find out sooner or later.
Right. And that's why we wasted all them damn games with Honey Butter last year. Should have been finding out if this guy was the damn guy. We already knew Honey Butter ass wasn't the damn guy. Now we got 2 motherfuckers.
And what's crazy is
I don't think Ridder was ready.
Mariota Moore.
I don't think Ridder was ready early on enough to start. But look,
I've been telling them that for months. I've been saying that for months.
He wasn't ready to start last year at that point in time. Hell, he didn't. What am I at? He looked bad early. Oh shit!
Simo, ain't people saying he ain't ready now? My point is, if he ain't ready, if they saying the same thing now, and this is second year, why not put him in his rookie year? Let us say, woo, he don't look like he ready. Okay, but he in his rookie year. Let him go ahead and take his lumps. Let him go ahead and take his hits. So when he come to this season, I want to address something.
Oh,
I ain't want it both ways. I didn't want Mariota last year.
You can't be win now and let him take this lump. That's
I ain't say win now.
Rookie year, right? They let him catch his lumps, but they weren't in the win now.
We were talking about the amount of times we let him throw, right? Because y'all said 18 passes ain't enough. I'm looking at the totals of the passes he threw last year. In the Saints game, we let him throw 26 times. We let him throw 33 times against Baltimore. We let him throw 26 times against Arizona, and we let him throw 30 times against Tampa Bay.
33 times against Baltimore. What was the stat?
33 times. 33 times.
I said, what was his numbers? What was his numbers?
Well, he was like 218 for 218. He hadn't thrown an interception. He hadn't thrown an interception yet.
But see, that's what I'm saying. If he making these 30, if he like had those same number of pass attempts with no turnovers.
All I'm saying is this is the first game that he even threw that few passes. I think we just got to let it come as the game flow goes.
It's not about the number of passes. It's about where the ball is going. If all the passes are going to running backs, then you're not going to throw a lot of interceptions.
I agree. Some of y'all jumped in. Some of y'all came in on this a little bit late, but I said some of this earlier. I was saying, like, You want to try to get Drake London the ball a little bit more. You want to try to get a lot more. You want to try to get Kyle Pitts the ball more. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and Drake London. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do it this game, but this is one of the best defensive lines that he's gonna face all year as well too. So you just got to let him learn.
Okay, so you saying
don't want to force
so
it,
if the
man.
game
I don't think we need to
if the
force
game plan was to run this game, okay, so you saying it might be a different game plan against the Falcons.
I just think it's gonna be accordingly. I think the Packers I don't think the Packers have the same type of defensive front that
no, they do.
No,
they do. Neither. And I think Ridder gonna have to make some plays in this
have
game.
a better front seven than Carolina has.
They do. I don't think they have
literally have a.
I don't think they have better
The
edge guys
Packers
for
have-
sure, and their defensive tackles aren't either, in my opinion.
No,
You think 18 pass? You think 18 passes gonna win the game?
Brian Burns is nice, but you got to look at it. They have Rashawn Gary and Devontae Campbell on the other side.
Yeah, they have a nice pass rush.
Their front seven is like that. I promise you, their front seven is like that. It's better than what we just faced with Carolina.
Well, I mean, Ridder gonna have to make a few more plays, right?
I think that remains to be seen. I think
he gonna have. Look, one thing for sure, two things for certain. You cannot sit there and run the ball all day, every day, and win every game. You cannot do it. You cannot be one-dimensional in this league. You cannot do it. I don't care who you is, unless you have
a running back.
Unless you have a dynamic quarterback and your one dimension is passing the ball, then you can't win like that.
Winston.
Look at Tennessee. Look at Tennessee. They made it to the AFC Championship. What happened? In the second, they were blowing who was it? New England Patriots out. They were busting their ass until they said they made an adjustment and said, "Hey, you're gonna have to throw the ball. You're not gonna sit there and run on me anymore. You have to throw the ball." And what happened?
And
they lost the game. You cannot be one-dimensional.
To be fair, you throw the ball when you gotta throw the ball, and if you could run it and they can't stop it, then they can't stop it. And to be honest, they didn't stop it.
That's true.
And then we play action off of it.
They stopped.
All I'm saying is
7 times.
All I'm saying is we do have enough of a sample size to see that Arthur Smith will throw it if he needs to. First game of the season. I honestly wish we would have got rid of some more preseason reps.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I think that was bad starting them off with that, and I think it hurt them getting off to a slower start. I feel like it hurt the offense a little bit to an extent too, and maybe even the defense to an extent.
And one quick correction: we punted 7 times, so they did stop it.
How many?
I was saying one quick correction. You said they can't stop the run, but we punted 7 times that game, so clearly they stopped it.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, we were successful. I mean, we ran the ball for 5 yards. If I'm a defense and I give up 130 something yards, 5 yards a carry on 20 something carries, I'm like, man, no, we do our job. You know what I mean?
But if we're gonna throw it when we have to, and it's 2nd and 25, that's and we're not throwing the ball, it's like, what's going on? That's why people were booing at halftime.
Well, that's why they practice, man. I mean, like Tidy said, man, we can't nitpick every single play of the game. Yeah, they got some. They definitely got some things they got to work on. Nobody
Whoa.
That's glaring.
Now on that one, I gotta disagree, because that particular play was as bad as Mariota lobbing that grenade over there at the North Koreans from the doggone field.
Which play? When
Mariota was on his back, lobbing that doggone pass off of his back.
Yeah, Ridder.
I would have told you.
And that pass that Ridder made, let me see, a football field. How many yards wide is a football field?
Hey, now you talking about 3rd and 25, right? I hear you going back to that play, right?
40.
Now,
Hold on. How wide is a football field?
53 yards, I think, right?
Yeah, it's 40. It's 40 wide.
53 yards.
Hold on.
Hold on, let's
It's
Google
okay.
I thought
Okay.
it was 53 yards. Why?
How wide is
That sounds right about 50, 53, 56. It's 53.3 yards.
Yep. 56.
Okay. Now, from the numbers on the left side, all the way past the numbers to the right side, you threw a pass 35 plus yards sideways to try to hit a receiver on the other side of the freaking field. Now,
you talking about Ridder?
Yes.
Yeah.
When he throwing the ball away on this play you talking about?
No.
Nah, it should have been a pick.
He should have been throwing it away. He should have been throwing it away.
Yeah, show me the play.
He was out, and the thing about it, Red, he was nearer the left sideline than he was the way he was throwing the damn ball.
He could have damn scrambled a little and got a few yards instead of throwing.
See, that's what I'm saying. Now, see, plays like that, you just can't mull over those. That was just ridiculous. That was
where was his awareness, Simo? You got to have some QB awareness, man.
That was just inexcusably
man,
crazy.
I'm with you, bro. I mean, but where are we going with this at this point? Like we keep saying Ridder got to improve. You guys keep saying he doesn't have this awareness, he doesn't have this, but you want him to throw the ball more.
Because we need a bigger sample size.
Because see, the only way you're going to develop awareness is to get out there and become aware.
Listen, man, when the Patriots won their Super Bowl,
he threw the
they
ball.
won the Super Bowl when Tom Brady first started starting. They weren't chunking the ball 40 times a game and 30 something.
It's a different. It's a
listen, I'm just being real with you. And when Jalen Hurts first came in the league, he wasn't chunking the ball a whole lot either. They ran with him a little bit.
That's actually
more.
incorrect.
What happened last year though?
Last year was his third year, bro.
But they didn't start winning until last year.
Ridder can't run like Jalen Hurts. Ridder can't run like that.
Right, exactly. So
and see, your example of Tom Brady is flawed. Hold up.
Your example also has thrown the ball as well, too, is what I'm saying. Like, you guys are just complaining on both ends.
No.
No, you're actually factually incorrect with a lot of your information.
I just mentioned the 5 games last season that he played where he threw the ball at least 26 times.
Simo, your Brady analysis is wrong because it was over 20 years ago, man. If you want to use Jalen Hurts, your Brady comparison.
I just told you about Jalen Hurts and some of these other teams.
Oh, we got
no. You mentioned Brady first. Now
I'm gonna tell you the top 10 teams in rushing last year.
Go ahead.
Of those, hold on, I had it pulled up. I might have got off of it because you're right. Some of those teams did not make it, but I know Philly was one of the top 10. Chicago's one of they didn't make the playoffs.
Atlanta.
The Bills were one of the top 10 rushing teams.
They made
Atlanta.
You need to rushing percentage.
Dallas also was one of the top 10 rushing teams, if I'm not mistaken.
It was only
was Dallas a run offense, or did Dak throw the ball all over the field?
Now what we going
because again, like I stated before, there's this thing called context, and that team, when you're up 40, you're not throwing the ball anymore.
Well, don't straw man that, bro.
Now, it's not a straw man. It's called common sense.
They started running the ball
Cowboys
more.
games?
They stopped letting Dak throw the ball as much last year. I remember when they stopped.
So you're gonna tell me that the Dallas was a run first offense?
Yeah, they were a run first offense last year.
All right.
With Tony Pollard and a washed up.
They started off running. They started off.
And the Bills were a run first offense as well, right?
I'm not
and
saying
the Bills were also a run first offense.
The Bills were a run first offense. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
saying. Dallas was not a run first offense.
They were one of the top running teams. You have to be able to run the ball sometimes.
Simo, these teams
right now we're going to have to run the ball more than we.
Brady in his third ever start threw 54 times that game.
These teams you naming were more balanced, man. They were more balanced than we are.
Again, our games were more balanced when Ridder started last year. This is the first game that he didn't throw the ball at least 20 times. This is the first game of the season. I'm not saying that we need to go out here and need to throw the ball 18 times a game either. That's what I'm saying. Let's don't put words in my mouth or any of that. They throw the ball with him as well too.
Well, Simo, it's not really the
I just don't think we need
this game.
I don't think we need it. My bad. Go ahead.
It's not the amount of throws he had in this game. A lot of folks say he just didn't look good. He just didn't play well. And if it went for those defensive turnovers, that we probably would have had a harder time winning this game.
But don't it
because
feel
the
good
quarterback-
to
Thank
say
you, Red,
that,
for
though?
providing content.
Don't it feel good that we actually have a defense that can do that, though?
Oh, absolutely.
It
Absolutely.
feels good, but going forward, but come on, man, we are real
Yeah,
Falcons.
we gotta
man.
help
We
us
think,
Listen,
in
man,
the
we
Ridder.
got improvements we got to make. I'm not saying that the Falcons don't have improvements they got to make. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but
you're right. But
I'm
but
addressing
how
one
often-
thing at a time. Y'all are talking about how much he threw and everything. All I'm saying is like, yeah, we do need.
No, I said it's not about the amount of times he
Okay, I
threw.
mean-
It's about he didn't play well,
People-
and we still won the game.
Okay, I'm sorry, Steven mentioned a few times about throwing and then John asked, can we win that way and everything? Yes, I agree. We do need to be able to throw the ball more, and we got to work on that. But right now, we got to work on it as it comes. Like I don't want us to be out there forcing and saying, "Oh, we need to get you right." Like he does need to look better in those passes that he threw or whatever. We got things we definitely need to work on and everything.
We just want a more at the bottom line. We just want a more balanced offense.
Yeah, and here's the
a more
thing, guys.
balanced offense and more trust in our quarterback.
Right.
Oh, I
Here's
agree,
the thing.
man. I agree. Ritter might not be the guy though. Ritter might not be the
I
guy.
believe-
It wasn't his
Yeah,
first
I
game.
But we
It
got
was
to
his
find
game,
that out,
so-
though. We got to find
Yeah.
that out.
I believe we have a good team. I believe Drake London is real. I believe that Bijan Robinson is real. I believe that Tyler Algier is real. I believe that Kyle Pitts is real as far as our offense. I think we have real weapons. We've been able to stockpile number 1 or first round draft pick offensive weapons. And it's real hard to just see them standing around not doing anything. And that's my concern. And so when we talk about how many times that Ridder throws the ball, I'm not really talking about just how many times. I like to dig deep. If he throws the ball 30 times, but he throws it 1 yard, 2 yard, 3 yards, to me, that's not a good assessment. We need to see him really throw the ball. Now, if we can win even a Super Bowl by running the ball, I'm all for that. I just don't think we can. I think that people are going to clamp down on the one-dimensional, and I'm not saying that we're one-dimensional because we've only had one game. We could throw the ball every play next game. I don't know that. But based on what I saw, it's not really about the game plan to me because I really can't see what the game plan is going to be until I watch more games. It's that I'm getting into the head of the coach, and I'm like, it looks like he does not trust our quarterback. And even though we have all of these weapons, without a quarterback that can deliver the ball to these weapons, it's going to be really tough. And so if there's a 2nd and 22, a 3rd and 22, a 1st and 15 because of a penalty, and we're running the ball 3 straight times, it's like, oh, okay, he doesn't think our quarterback can actually do anything. It's worrisome. That's all I'm saying. But I believe that Ridder, I'm optimistic enough to say, well, you know what? Maybe the coach doesn't know. Maybe he's being too cute for himself. Let's see Ridder throw the ball. It could be that Ridder can't do it, and the coach already knows. I just want to be able to see because we got these really nice weapons.
Well, now I'm gonna say this. Now that you said that, I'm gonna say this. And I'm gonna deal with your very last sentence. Maybe the coach knows what he can't do.
Right.
Well, you doggone show coach. You doggone should have made that man your starting quarterback.
Totally agree.
You made that man your starting quarterback. Now, if you know that this man can't do what it is that you need done, you're going to replace him with Taylor Heineke. Now, you went and got Taylor Heineke also. And using that same metric that you use about Ridder, you know Taylor Heineke can't do those same things, or otherwise you would have made him the star.
Bingo.
Now, let me put another nail in Dracula's coffin right quick. You had Woodside out there throwing the ball all over the field, throwing deep. I mean, that 2-minute offense that we did, even though it was against the 3rd string, 4th string, or whatever, looked like a thing of surgical beauty. Why ain't he start? See,
but John, like you say though, he's playing against 3rd and 4th stringers though.
But hey, Toddy, you're absolutely right. But aesthetically, if you were going to look at a masterpiece or picture as to how you're supposed to do this and get that type of efficiency out of a quarterback that was doing that, The eye test tells you that's the man I need out there at first string quarterback.
All right, but let me ask you this, John. Is our ultimate goal to pass for a lot of yards or to win?
See, our goal is to win.
Right.
Our goal is to win.
Which we did on Sunday.
Yeah.
So like when we start saying like put this player in, and let them throw the ball more, that may not guarantee that we're gonna win the game. And we really can't get away from the fact that we did win the game now.
Right.
Oh, no. Look, I am not arguing that because that's in stone, that's in the record, that can't be erased, nothing can be done about that. The only thing that I'm saying, and I'm going back to the question that I asked in the very beginning, can what we did Sunday be relied upon as a method on how to win the game? And I have to say resoundingly no, because we caught a lot.
I think we could win I think we would win 5 or 6 games that way this season.
That's
off top. Off top, I think that there's going to be 5 or 6 games that we win that way this season. If we win 9 or 10 games, we're going to win 5 or 6 games in that matter. And we're gonna have to hope that our quarterback can make some plays for us sometimes. And if he can't, they're gonna have to put Heineke in there and see what happens with that. And the chances are, if they do that, they're gonna have to wind up putting Ridder back in there because Heineke's probably not gonna be it, and we're probably gonna wind up having to get a quarterback next year.
I don't think Heineke's the answer.
Oh, he's not gonna be the answer. If we have to put Heineke in, he's just a bridge. We're gonna need a new quarterback next year.
All right.
I think the bridge is started.
So let's start.
Maybe we'll see. I hope that Ridder could be good, but who knows?
Hold on,
let's start.
Call a spade a spade. Right now, we're sitting there figuring out whether Ridder is a bridge quarterback.
Right, exactly.
Like don't negate that. Ridder could actually just be a bridge quarterback for X amount of games this season, and then Heineke come in to kill off the season, and then we're looking to draft a quarterback next offseason or bring in a vet because the car is built. The car is built for the better part of it. The car is already built. You already have the Ferrari. All you got to do is tighten up a couple of lug nuts on it. Therefore, i.e., get in a premier pass rusher and a playmaking quarterback, or a highly efficient game manager. Those are the only issues with this team right now.
There's other issues. There's other issues with this team.
No. And linebacker.
No.
And linebacker. But outside of that, those are the only real issues with this team.
No. Here's a real issue. Go use the bathroom, son. The Falcons have a lot of talent, and Arthur Smith got a lot of toys, and he don't know how to use them.
That's it.
He does Larry. He does not know how to use cow pits. He definitely don't know how to. He should have never drafted Bijan, and I love Bijan talent.
I disagree.
But he just, and everybody can disagree. But what we saw right there, Tyler Algiers cooking, and Bijan had to get touches. Just like I said before the draft, he was never supposed to be the pick. We undersold how good Tyler Algiers is.
Tyler Algier could not do the shit that Bijan Robinson can do.
But guess what? Did you trade Tyler Algier?
Trade him for what? We need 2 running backs.
What? No, you need a backup and a starter. Right now, we have 2 starters.
No, you need 2 guys that you could turn around and give the ball, especially.
You need a backup.
Would you feel? Hold on. What you're feeling to understand is, we just sat there and gave a defensive tackle 3 years, $33 million. There's no way in hell that we were sitting there going to draft a defensive tackle.
You
It
draft
doesn't even
all.
make sense. So
You
what you gonna do? You're gonna
else.
draft him. Hold on. Watch it.
Okay.
You're gonna draft Jalen Carter, and he gonna do what? Sit on the bench
No, he
and
will
come in the
allocate on
rotation,
defense.
or he's gonna beat. Hold
That
on.
would have been a terrible
Or he's gonna beat out David Onyemata and be a starter, and then you have a $11 million backup.
But what did Ayamata do this game though?
So be it.
Ayamata went
Nothing.
ahead.
Hold on. For one. Hold on. Because if you look at it, go look at PFF and go look at his pass rush win rate. He was like top 6. Don't do that. But what I'm saying is this:
We don't win this
Yes,
game.
and who was number 2?
Who was number 2?
Winston. Who was number 2? Who was number 2?
Stop capping, bro.
That has nothing to. Oh my God!
Who was number 2?
That has
It was
nothing to
Jalen Carter.
do. That has nothing to do with what we did in the offseason. If we spent $33 million on the defensive tackle, why would it doesn't matter is he better? If we already committed to David Onyemata, why would you sit there and draft a better player? It doesn't make sense.
It
doesn't make sense. Hold on.
I agree with you.
If we did not spend the money on David Onyemata, then 9 times out of 10, the draft pick would have been Jalen Carter. But we did.
No,
we spent that money on him. And so therefore, there's no way in hell that we were gonna sit there and go with Jalen Carter. It don't make sense. Y'all talking outside your neck right now.
Okay, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Mark. Hold on. Let Mark go. Go ahead, Mark.
Winston.
Go ahead, Mark.
Winston, they were never going to draft Jalen Carter, bro. It had nothing to do with David, had nothing to do with Grady, had nothing to do with Calais. They had their minds up of who they wanted to get, so they got him. Like that's all that was.
No,
y'all forgetting about that car crash at UGA. That would have been terrible. That would have been a terrible distraction all year for our team.
It's not a distraction for Philly.
They would have been asking. We would have been talking about. Media would have been asking him about that car crash every game. It's a local thing that happened.
I disagree, Simo. Like that's where a strong leadership comes in on the football team. Like you probably gonna deal with it the first 4 or 5 games, but you get him a good publicist. You get a strong locker room, and you ain't gonna deal with those questions.
Would you stake your third season, your get right season as a coach? Would you go and as a GM? Would you tie yourself to that, knowing that you need to get something going right away and not dick around anymore, and you got to get your offense more electric too. You don't got you a quarterback that's gonna be that guy.
Your offense already straight, man.
Because Bijan is not gonna be the problem. You could do a lot with Bijan.
What are you talking about? You got to get your offense straight. No, you got to get your defense straight.
Our defense,
you got to get the offense straight.
We spent a lot of money on defense. We would have got the best safety. We would have got the best safety on the market. We're not talking about safety. We would have got the best.
We don't know he's the best defensive. It's your opinion. He's the best defensive tackle. Okay.
He was the best defensive tackle available.
Yeah, some of us don't. Some of us don't.
That was available. Who was better?
But now I don't know whether Larry was specifically saying that he wanted to get a defensive player, or were you, Larry?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, hell yeah, it was.
He won a Carter.
But no.
He won a Carter.
All right, I didn't hear him say it, so I wasn't sure. I didn't hear
Jalen was going to be available.
If Ayamata had 4 tackles and a tackle for loss last game. Let me see if he had any.
Man, Jalen is a beast.
Okay, let me ask you this, Simo.
Pumping up all you want to.
Let me ask
you
this, Simo. How much did we pay Ayamata?
I think we're paying him like $10 million a year or something like that.
Now, how much will we have to pay Carter?
I don't know, whatever first round money would have been.
He'd have been the 8th pick, so we'd have paid him about 32 million over 4 years.
Okay.
So we'd have saved money.
The same amount.
No, it'll be a
No,
little
it
bit
ain't the
less.
same
Well,
amount.
listen,
Ain't no
well,
damn
say-
No,
same
it would have
amount.
been
hey,
less. It
listen,
would have been
you
less.
asked me,
It would have been
you
less than
asked
that.
me, you asked me when we paid Anyamata. I said about 10 million. I'm thinking in the neighborhood of $8 to $10 million. Like he's got his contract has incentives. He has a base salary, and he has things that he makes on top. Like with the guaranteed money, though, I think it might be around $8 million a year or
That's
something
true.
like that. It might
That's
be.
true.
I mean, I can pull it up real quick if you want me to.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, but I'm not. Again, I'm not mad at that because, again, like getting Jalen Carter versus us getting a generational talent at running
Jalen
back.
Carter's a generational talent.
When you need, hold on, man.
I keep trying to tell folks, man. They keep trying to act like
Right.
Jalen ain't.
Time out.
He that guy. Jalen Carter should have been available, Simo.
If he's
You
that
know
guy,
that.
if he's that guy, if he
Y'all the
is
type
that-
to
if
pass
he
on
is that
Kobe
guy,
until you got
if he
Stacey
is that
Augman
guy-
on the
if he
team.
is that, if he is
Right,
that guy,
right.
if he
Hey,
is
hey,
that guy,
Kelly.
come on.
That's some
Like,
Atlanta Hawks shit.
y'all want-
That's
y'all
some
wanna-
straight Atlanta Hawks
y'all-
shit right
y'all-
there.
y'all want to allow me to respond to that?
Go ahead,
Go
Simo.
ahead,
Go
Simo.
Hey,
You
Simo,
listen.
Simo,
Go ahead.
Our
Go
biggest
ahead,
issue,
Simo.
our biggest issue that we had, right? Because it to me, if Jalen Carter was an edge guy and we did pay Anyamata, I'd be like, go ahead and draft Jalen Carter. But he wasn't going to bolster our pass rush. Jalen Carter is not a pass rush guy that we know of yet.
What?
Simo.
Come on,
Simo.
man. Wait a minute. Time out, man. Time out. Because at UGA, nobody had 10 sacks, and they had rotational guys. So we don't know that any of the guys that were coming out. We just know that they got a lot. They have some really good defensive play. They
We
all
talking
play
about
roles. They're not
adding
double shots.
Jalen to what we already had. So he would have been a rotational guy, right?
Jalen Carter, I don't see Jalen Carter coming in here and getting 10 sacks this year. And if
He didn't
Jalen-
have
That's what I'm
to.
saying.
He didn't have to. You just said he was a rotational guy.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what he was at UGA.
If you pay them money
if we were
to
going to draft a
Anyamata,
defensive lineman,
you're not
we
going
needed
to
a
sit
guy
there
that
and
was going to
draft
be an edge
Jalen
guy.
Carter.
But
All right.
let me say this, because Simo, you are correct on one point. Jalen Carter isn't going to get 10 sacks, but I do want to say this: sacks also, just like offensive line, is part continuity. Week 1, Jalen Carter had the most quarterback pressures in the league. So if he's commanding a double and sometimes a triple team, now you got our edge rushers. They're able to get to the quarterback a lot more easier. So that compound effect would have helped us get more sacks.
We got two guys that do that right now.
Hey, Tyler, can you hear me?
Carter.
Who?
And Brady, Jared, and Anyamata, we have two guys that do that now. We got 2 sacks last game as well.
Like I said,
Tyler, can you hear me?
Simo.
That wasn't my point.
Can
That
y'all hear
wasn't
me?
my point.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That wasn't even my point.
I'm talking to Ty. I was trying to talk to Ty, but I was trying to just.
I was trying to finish my thought, but we went 15 minutes off.
Okay, go ahead, Larry. You're right. Go ahead, Larry. You got the mic. Go ahead. All right.
So what I was saying is Arthur Smith got a whole bunch of toys and don't have to use it. That's why I stopped, and then went to fucking Jalen Carter. All right, I apologize. My bad, Tyler. What I wanted to say is that with Arthur Smith, he wants to justify getting Bijan. Look, I was against it. Love Bijan now. I know he's a generational talent. I'm not comparing Bijan to Jalen Carter. What I'm saying is, on this offensive team, with you guys can't hear me, can you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. On this team, I think that the Falcons and Falcon fans really undersold, more so the
front office.
Yeah, the front office undersold Tyler Algiers. You know, I see Titus putting up messages in BirdGang like, man, I feel like it wasn't fair. It felt like it just was given to him. You know what I'm saying? The job was given to Bijan. And I was saying that
the job was given to Desmond Ridder.
No, but what I'm saying is, man, is that continuity. We keep talking about continuity. We kind of veered off and started talking about defensive continuity. I agree with you too, Tidy, but I don't want to get into that. I just want to finish my thought about Algiers and Bijan and how we constantly are going offense. And that's fine. And everybody wants to say, okay, we really got a whole bunch of pieces. As a offensive coordinator, if I want to give him how many touches? 15 to 25 touches, either mixture of running and passing to maximize him, right? If you're offensive coordinator and you got a generational talent like Bijan, he should touch the ball 18 to 23 times, either rushing or passing. He's never going to do that with Algiers here. He's not. He's not.
He just had
Larry.
He had 15 touches.
That's true.
Okay.
Well, actually, technically 16.
He had 16. He had 16.
But he had 50 yards rushing and like 20-something yards passing. You are doing a disservice to Bijan and Algiers by half-ass using them. Did y'all see Swift with Philly?
We're doing a disservice to everybody because Arthur Smith don't know how to use the.
Hold on. Larry, what you fail to understand? In our last game, Bijan was playing the Joker role.
Yeah, he was.
That's CP role.
I know.
All right. So then when CP come back, Bijan will get more touches in the backfield.
But remember we had this argument.
And
remember when I told you before the season when we drafted him, and I said Bijan, when he was in college, he averaged 21 touches per game. That's why he was special. Not 15 touches. 21 touches.
Larry, he will still get his touches. That's the whole thing. He's gonna get his touches.
Now with CP here, CP is a joke.
Yes, he will.
All right. Okay.
Won't they rotate back and forth between wide receiver and running back?
Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a hot second. Bijan played the Joker role. We all can agree on that, right?
Yes.
That what he did. All right. So therefore, when CP comes in, the offense is going to change. Why? Because they have full strength now. He's going to get his touches. The playbook is going to open up. But because CP wasn't in there Sunday, they ran what they ran. When CP comes in, you're going to see what this offense really looks like.
Okay, so Algiers
he's going to get his touches.
So Algiers is right?
Algiers is not the odd man out. He's going to get his touches too.
All right. Now this is my question. How can everybody get those
balls around for everybody?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. How can everybody get those touches and then we not complain about we not throwing the ball enough?
And that's why I'm about to say. Easily. Down that road.
Hold on. Easily. Look at last year. We had a three-headed monster. CP, Algiers, Huntley. Can we all agree on that?
Huntley.
Yeah.
No,
Tidy, I'm gonna answer. I got an answer to your question, Tidy. I mean,
I thought I was answering, but go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Your
go ahead.
It's on you, Simo. It's on you.
Man, y'all were talking. We were talking about Tua and what they do in Miami a lot, and a lot of why they're able to do what they do. The catalyst of that is Tyreek Hill. He's the most dynamic player on their team, and they just get him the ball in space. I think that they're going to do that a lot with Bijan Robinson. They're just going to try to get him the ball in space as much as he can. Personally, I wouldn't want to. I want to preserve Bijan, so I would try to just get him. I try to get him 15 to 20 touches a game, and it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 of those being rushes, and the rest of it would be receptions. But I'd be trying to get him 5 to 10 receptions a game if I could.
Why are you trying to preserve him?
Is he like Tyreek Hill?
I don't want to run him into the ground necessarily.
He needs to get used to the pro game.
gonna get used to the pro game. He's gonna run the ball at least 200 times this year. He probably gonna run the ball for 250 times. If he gets 12,
no.
12, he
No.
gets 12 to 15. He gets 12 to 15
give
carries.
him
He's gonna run the ball.
220 carries. 220 carries. I give him 220. Well, no, not even that. I give him about like 200 to 210 on carry. But then at the same time, he'll have 50 to 60 goddamn reception.
At the same time, what?
Algier,
he's not gonna get the ball that many times.
No, because I'm looking at the split right now.
He just had
Everybody got to
10
get some
carries.
seconds.
He just had 10 carries last game, so that means you're gonna have to give him the ball 18 or 19 times per game.
In the Joker role. In the Joker role. Then look at Tyler Algier had what? 200 and hold on.
210.
Tyler Algier last season had what? 200 and what?
10. 210.
210.
Yeah.
And went over 1,000 yards.
And Cordell Patterson had 144 touches. Then you had
and
Caleb Huntley had 76.
And then Avery Williams had how many?
22.
Patterson won't get that many touches this year.
So hold on. So you said Caleb Huntley had how many?
76 carries for 366 yards.
So then, therefore, there's almost a whole nother 100 carries that can be distributed.
But
from Huntley and Avery.
But if we
there's
run,
almost a whole. Huntley had 77.
If we running the ball,
Avery had 22.
Yeah, I'm telling y'all. Listen to me for a second. If we're running the ball that much, we're gonna come on here every Friday night and complain about 120 yards passing per game. I'm telling you.
That's what I was about to say.
That's why I was asking Winston, who gonna get these 76 touches? Who gonna get these 76 touches?
At the same time, we're gonna argue about the passes and passing yardage anyway. Why? Because
but Winston, that's everybody.
You're throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage.
But listen, Winston, that's everybody's argument right now, that there's so many people that got to touch the ball that we may not have enough ball to throw. That's like the argument.
I understand that. I understand that. But let's go back to last season. We still was a run heavy offense, right?
Right.
But at the same time, when Ridder got in, Ridder was sitting there slinging the ball around. Well, not slinging the ball around. He definitely wasn't slinging the ball around. But he was going to London, right?
Right.
At an alarming rate.
Yeah.
That was the only person he was going to. So how is it not fathomable that we can sit there and do the same thing and he can do pick and choose?
Let me answer that.
Going with the ball.
Let me answer that for you. You can't use what we did the last 4 games where Ridder came in last year, because those numbers are skewed. Simply because we were out of the playoff race and they were not game planning to actually win games. They were game planning to actually focus on Ridder and see how he passed the ball. If you remember, we threw the ball a lot on 4th down. We're not going to do that in week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6. We're going to be punting the ball. And even then, Ridder still wasn't putting up a lot of yards passing the ball. So the fact is getting CP, getting Bijan, and also getting Algier all them carries, I just don't see enough football around for everybody to touch the ball that many times. And we still throw the ball a lot.
I don't see CP having more than 5-6 carries a game. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't.
I agree with that.
You said who gonna have 6 carries again?
Patterson. Talk about Patterson.
They not.
Well,
Patterson to get more than 10 touches a game.
Well, see, won't you be using Bijan in the slot also?
They gonna line B's up all
That's
over.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the offense is going to
Honestly,
morph
John, we don't know what
CP
gonna be
get
doing.
back in.
That's why they
The offense has to
drafted
morph.
Bijan to replace CP.
Yeah.
They didn't draft Bijan to replace Tyler Algier.
No.
I sure hope Arthur Smith don't let y'all down with all these plans y'all got.
Cause see now, okay.
Yeah,
now let's look at
hold on.
last year.
You gotta look at it. There's no.
Hold on. Let John go.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. Now I just pulled up some stats from the previous year. Now we had 415 passing attempts and 559 rushing attempts last year. Okay. Now, let me see. We out of 415 passing attempts, we had 2,699 yards. Out of 559 rushing attempts, we had 2,718 yards. So I'm kind of seeing what Winston is saying. I'm kind of seeing what y'all saying. However, like Tidy said, I see a scenario where just like we were doing last year, dog, he didn't throw but 104 yards. Darn, he didn't throw about 106 yards. But we ran folk all the way over the place. We ran folk like, you know.
Was that
like
your problem with Mariota, or was it about his turnovers? Because
say what now?
I said, was that the problem last year, or was it more about Mariota turnovers? Because for me, it was about his turnovers.
No, and well, we shot ourselves.
It's not about Mariota turnover. It's not about Mariota turnover. It's about Mariota inaccuracy down the field. If you sit there and run and you just sitting there smacking, and they load the box because they tired of getting smacked, then you go for the haymaker, but the ball is inaccurate. How many times we seen Kyle Pitts running that? How many times we seen Kyle Pitts running down the middle of the field, wide open?
Winston, let me make a point.
Defender. Go ahead.
Let me make a stat to your point. You can finish. I'm just gonna make a quick stat to your point. They said Winston and Mariota that Kyle Pitts was the most missed target last year.
I know. I know who that for a fact.
Okay, I was just telling
you. And you know, hold on. And you know the worst part about it? He was the most missed target, and he only played 12 games last year. Put that in perspective.
Whole damn thing.
He was the most missed target, and he only played 12 games last year. Everybody else had five. Everybody else had 5 more games. Everybody else had 5 more games.
Winston, do you think that you think Ridder is going to be that bad? As bad as that?
No. Yeah, you saw last week Kyle Pitts grabbed a pass that he should have got.
Hold on. Look.
Hey, so that's
I'm gonna be honest because I'm gonna be honest with you because like I pay attention to college football. I pay attention to all football, high school, college, and NFL. You know what I'm saying?
Think we all do.
Falcons over everything. Oregon Duck, Pac-12. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is this: I watch
next week.
Man, I promise you, Dion will go back to Colorado and ain't gonna have to find another pair of sunglasses and another hat to tuck his head. You hear me? Now,
okay, y'all hear Winston talking that stuff now.
hey, look. One thing for sure, two things for sure. Oregon keep dog. We keep dog. Let me slide it out the way though.
Heard it all before.
I don't know, Prime nice out there. Prime looking kind of prime out there, bro.
Hey,
But
so
look,
fellas, let's welcome ATL Georgia faithful and just hear his take. You know, I know he's been in the comments, he's been in the chat.
ATL, what's up, buddy?
hold
Long
on.
What's
time,
up, guys?
man.
Hey, what's going on
So
there, buddy?
I can't finish what I was saying.
Yeah, you can finish what
Damn.
you're saying, bro.
Damn. That's wild,
Winston,
man.
Winston, we know where you're going with it. We know where you're
Winston, what?
going with it.
Hey, wait. Are
This
you
thing
talking about Oregon State?
played for about an hour.
Yo,
Winston,
Ray jumped me off
Winston.
on some Colorado, Oregon shit. But it's all right. Go ahead.
We know Oregon gonna lose next week. It's ATL turn. Let ATL get in
Yo,
here.
Right. It's 2:40 in the
What's going
morning.
on, brother?
Hey, what's up? What's up? First of all, I just want to say I love the panel, all the passionate, different viewpoints. When was the last time though we had this option where we're like trying to figure out who's gonna get the ball and how many touches they're gonna get? We got a much better.
2016.
What you say?
2016.
16.
Okay, yeah.
2016.
When we went to the Super Bowl, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we got a better defense, an improved defense. I think we have like a more complete team. I think, like I said in the comments, it's going to be week to week on our opponent. Yeah, I question Arthur Smith. He's going to have to like prove it as well with Ridder and everybody on the team. But after one game, you know, that game wasn't pretty, but hey, we got the W, and that's all I care about. You know, 1 week it might be London going off. 1 week it might be Pitts going off. 1 week it might be Jonnu. It might be Michael Pruitt, Bijan, Tyler Algier, CP. You know, it's like I feel like I'm probably forgetting some weapons. So I'm just like watching C phase with our offense and let it progress, because Ridder still got to progress. But one thing he's proven is that he's a winner, and he didn't win pretty in Cincinnati, but they had the same kind of formula, the same kind of team concept, and that's really what it comes down to me. And that's where you get the best teams with the winning records, when it's a team thing and not a me thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Totally agree.
Yeah, I think we've only seen one game, and I've been thinking about this as we've been talking. But I can appreciate the passion that we have. It's almost like if you make a 90 on a test, on a math test, but I want to go back and see what I got wrong. Not because I'm not happy about my A, but I want to see how I can improve. But I think even more specific to this particular game, I think this game, because of how much the defense helped us, I think this game is more like if we're in a race with another car and our opponent's car gets a flat tire and we win. Well, you know, maybe if that car didn't get a flat tire and they were clearly driving faster than we were, we saw it throughout the game, throughout the race, but we won. And so we need to obviously celebrate this win. And I am extremely happy. First time since 2017 that we've been over 500. But at the same time, I want to recognize pitfalls that we can correct. We can get better even in our wins, because there will be teams who will play us much tougher than Bryce Young as a rookie, and will rush us even more aggressively than Burns did. And we need to make sure that we can get into a shootout if we need to, or pound the ball if we need to. And so just watching what happened as that game unfolded made me feel like, yes, I'm glad we won, but it was like, damn, I'm glad we got those 2 interceptions more so than I'm glad we won. I'm glad we got those interceptions. I'm glad we got those defensive stops. I'm glad we punched the ball out in that fumble that gave our offense a chance to win. So I'm with you, ATL Georgia faithful. You're spot on, because the next 8 games may be like, damn, we got a high-powered offense. And, you know, we want to take this video down because we all look like idiots. You know?
Right. Steven, will you stop selling dreams? You are not shooting a commercial, man.
Stop
Hey,
it.
bro. Hey,
Hey,
it is game one though,
Hey,
man.
look.
It is.
you don't know. We don't know
Hey,
what
hold
It's
on,
what
still
fellas.
the future
game
holds.
I
one,
know.
man.
You right. You right.
We
We
don't
could
know.
look
Look,
different.
Hey, Tad.
so
Hey, Tad. Let me
Hold,
ask
hold,
a question.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We got. I want to do one more segment before we get out of here because we only got about. We had 3 hours and 30 minutes. So I don't want to go too long. And this is something that hit the mainstream media. And this was Kyle Pitts and Dez Bryant. Dez Bryant pretty much called the Atlanta Falcons a dysfunctional organization. He said that we're not using Kyle Pitts right. I've been on record, and me and Simo, we've been going back and forth about this. I don't think Pitts was the right draft pick at number 4. And he tweeted today, get Kyle Pitts in Dallas. So I want to know
That was
everybody's.
you tweeted, Timo?
No, that was Dez Bryant.
Oh,
Dez
Dez.
Bryant.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm about to
Yeah,
say.
He been campaigning to get
tweeted
Kyle
like
Pitts. He been
Yeah.
campaigning to get.
I did see that.
Hold on,
Tight.
Red. Hold on. He been campaigning to get Kyle Pitts in Dallas. So I want to get everybody's opinion. Kelly, you've been pretty quiet lately. Like, what do you think about the whole Dez Bryant, Kyle Pitts thing? Do you think Kyle Pitts was the right draft pick at 4?
No, I wouldn't have drafted a tight end at 4. I don't think 90% of football GMs would draft a tight end at 4. And I do think
90%.
I do think he would
You
be
mean
more productive in Dallas.
You
Go
mean
ahead, Mark.
99%? No, I would have said 90%. You mean 99%?
I mean, I just think when Dez made the comment of being dysfunctional, I think those kind of decisions and what we've seen from Arthur Smith, everything 2 hours ago when we all went down this roll call about all the things about how you feel about Arthur Smith, that's the dysfunction, that part of the dysfunction that I feel like you can speak to. Every single thing we listed, why this, why that, this doesn't make any sense. To me, that's dysfunction. And it sounds like a lot of our decision makers may not know the direction they're trying to go in or know what they're doing. And so I agree. I also think that Kyle Pitts would be way more productive in Dallas than he would be here. I think that's kind of evident. And I think no, I think most GMs would not have taken Pitts at 4.
Let me ask you this, Kelly. If somebody offered you at the end of this season, and let's just say we got a typical Kyle Pitts year, 55 receptions, 650 yards, and 4 touchdowns. If they offered you, let me think of Philadelphia. This is, they offered you a late first rounder, a second rounder, and a 5th rounder for Kyle Pitts. Do you pull the trigger?
I don't know, man. So here's the thing. I think it's tough because I think what complicates it is the fact that he's not a true tight end. So he's a tweener. Like he's not going to be playing off the line blocking. Like he's not going to be in line literally pass blocking or anything like that. He's a liability in that aspect. So it takes some level of creativity to.
He's solid.
He is not solid. He's far from solid as a blocker.
Hold on, let Kelly finish, man. He ain't talking about an hour, so let him have the mic. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I think you do have a special talent, but I don't think we have the tools to utilize him utilize his special talents. Because you can't use him as a traditional tight end. I just don't see that. So for that reason, I would have to find a trade partner or either find a new head coach who can utilize him. But for what you just offered me, I don't think that would be enough to tempt me to pull the trigger on that trade.
Gotcha. ATL Georgia Faithful, what do you think?
Well, first I'm thinking I don't really know what a typical season for Kyle Pitts looks like. He balled out, his rookie year with Matt Ryan, who's throwing it, all the time. Then he had
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Because this is just a question. I don't mean to interrupt you. So you use the word balled out. I get the yardage thing, but so 1 touchdown for an entire year, that wouldn't be concerning for you.
No, it is. I'm speaking about the yards. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much what I mean when I say balled out. he almost broke the rookie record. But
He
yeah,
did.
the one
He
touchdown
broke it.
is concerning. Just like
No, he didn't break it.
I said
Yeah,
he
he was
almost.
short.
He did not break it.
That's why I
That
said
was
he.
me. That was me.
But yeah. So I don't know what a typical season for him looks like. And then he was injured the half part of the year last year. So I'm not big on Coach Arthur Smith. I'm still like trying to see what he's gonna do, and this is his year to prove it. You know what I'm saying? It's been one game. He made a good career for John New. That's why they brought him over here. So I don't know why he couldn't do the same thing with Pitts. I don't know if their game plan was to play the way they did against the Panthers. I don't know if they told him, hey, defense is going to have to make some plays. We're going to ease Ridder in here. You know what I'm saying? We're going to run the ball and try to hold it down like that. And that's what they did. Maybe it is, maybe not. But trading Pitts, I mean, it'd have to be like one of them offers you can't refuse. Like I'd have to get a high return because we drafted him number 4.
Gotcha. All right, Simo, man, you've been going back and forth, and you've been trying to convince me for the longest that Kyle Pitts was the right pick at number 4. Go ahead, you got the mic.
I mean, I just feel like in that particular draft, there was no other player that just particularly outperformed him other than Micah Parsons. I do think that Jamar Chase had a great year and Justin Jefferson had a great year as well. But if we draft those guys, then we're drafting somebody that, like you said, fits our system even less. Because if you want to be a run team and you want to establish the run, you need a tight end as a quarterback's best friend. If you're going to be starting off with a new quarterback, which we knew we were going to have to be probably doing in the next couple of seasons anyway, you want to get them a tight end that you could get the ball to. He could pass. He could run block for you. Contrary to what you were saying, I don't feel like he's a liability in run blocking. You don't have to take him off the field. You do want to have a run blocking tight end if you want to go at some of those double tight formations and everything. But he allows you a lot more versatility and a bigger body to do that than it would have done to pick a wide receiver. And at that point, you don't want 2 young cornerbacks that early. I mean, the only thing I could have saw was getting a pass rusher. I think you were telling me that you would have traded down for Sewell. And I don't know that they didn't try to trade down. They didn't try to trade down so they could have got Sewell or something else. But if you trade down, you got to make sure that your trade partner is going to be giving you something that's worth more than what the pick was, or else you might as well take the pick. So we don't know all the intricacies of that. So I almost don't see – I don't want to say that it was just the right pick. I don't see that it being the wrong pick. Where else could you have gone if you were going to, enact anything? And it fit the strength that we had at the time, and it fit the future plan as well, to be able to run the ball and having somebody that could catch passes. We had Matt Ryan throwing the ball as well anyway. So I don't see it why it would have been a problem. And then he delivered, like he said, almost breaking that rookie record. So my only concern with it at that point would have been just how can I get him more touchdowns? How can I get him more red zone looks? So that's pretty much all I got as far as that. If somebody tells me we should have got somebody else, I'm just curious what else we should have gotten, because
Sewell, Patrick Surtain,
Slater. I gave you guys, and we might just have to agree to disagree on that, because as far as
Slater was all pro.
As far as a cornerback, you don't want 2 young corners. I'm just me at that time when we already had money tied up in the line already. We was trying to see what was going to happen with McGarry. We already had money tied up in our left tackle as it was already. I just don't think we necessarily needed to do that because we wouldn't have had any weapons at this point.
Surtain is an all-pro cornerback. Slater is an all-pro tackle.
We had an all-pro cornerback that was young already. So we don't.
Oh, my bad. I thought two cornerbacks played on the field.
It's not a good thing to have 2 young cornerbacks. You don't want to be renegotiating 2 young cornerbacks that early though. Instead of that, we would have got Casey Hayward to be fair. So we tried to shore up that position, and now we went and got Jeff Okuda, who came out in that same class and took a flyer on him in that way. So it's not like we didn't try to address the cornerback position. I just don't think that you draft 2 cornerbacks.
No, I'm just addressing the statement that you made that there wasn't any other great alternatives, because there are several players who made All Pro, who can be considered a better talent than Pitts in the draft.
I think a lot of people consider Pitts better than them, though.
I consider Pitts better for what he can do for us in the long run, better than those guys. And again, when you already have one shutdown corner and you need to go somewhere else defensively, which is going with pass rush and some of those other things, the only other thing that I thought was a better move than that was a pass rusher, which was Micah Parsons. Now, if you look at we talk about what most GMs would have done, because we've never seen a tight end like this good coming out as a prospect. But what most GMs would have done, they would not have drafted a cornerback again that high after already having a Pro Bowl cornerback who we just drafted, who was still under his rookie contract.
Oh, let me speak on that Micah Parsons. I don't think they took him because of that issue he had in college, man.
Exactly.
They're not bringing guys into this franchise that have stuff over them like that.
I agree with you.
Is that a good thing, though?
I
for
mean,
the Falcons.
We'll see.
Right. I feel you, ATL. You did. Go ahead, speak on that, homie.
Oh, I'll just say we'll see if it's a good thing. I mean, they want high character guys. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes there's better athletes that don't got that character, but they're trying to build their whole team that way. There's been a couple instances where people got kicked off the team. I forget the guy's name, but I have to assume that it was off-field stuff. You know what I'm saying? They ain't playing about that.
So let me ask this, and this is for anybody on the panel. Again, if Pitts has a year that he's on pace to have, let's just say he has 55 catches, 600 yards, 4 touchdowns. Do you put him on a trade block at the end of the season and see what you get? Or do you just ride him out and pay him in another year?
Toddy, though,
say those numbers again.
What position you trying to get? Like, what position would you try to get in a trade with them? Like, what kind of player you trying to bring in?
I honestly, I wouldn't try to bring a player in. I would try to bring some draft picks in.
Okay.
Yeah, something.
Because I really, honestly, I wouldn't want to pay Kyle Pitts. I'm going to be honest, y'all. I just don't feel like Kyle Pitts fits this scheme. Now, week 12, I could say something totally different if this offense gets to clicking.
Right.
But Kyle Pitts is going to want top tight end money when he has to sign his second contract. And I don't want to pay a guy $18 million and he only got 7-8 touchdowns in his career over 4 years.
But
that's going to be another Julio situation when he old.
When you talk about bringing in draft picks, though, I'm saying we got a pretty young team already.
Hey,
but
they drafted him.
Hold up. Your coach says he fits in this system.
So
otherwise he wouldn't have drafted him.
I think he does, but
see, now that's the problem. That's the problem. See, Toddy, and I understand exactly what you're saying, and I understand what everybody's saying about how he fits in the system or doesn't fit in the system. But your coach picked him number 4, his very first pick, because he felt that this man was gonna fit in his system.
But has he shown that though, John? Has he shown?
No. Hey,
he did as a rookie.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%. But your coach picked him.
Hey,
well,
let me
he hasn't shown it, but your coach picked him. Because you remember they always be talking about this 3-year plan, right? You remember this 3-year plan they were talking about?
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts was picked number 1 in this 3-year plan.
But I don't think we need to penalize the players because we're not giving them an opportunity. And so Kyle Pitts, Drake London, you put someone else in there. Let's say if Drake London continues on the pace that he's on now because we're a running team. Kyle Pitts continues on the pace because we're a running team and we want him to block, which is not really the value that he delivers to the team. And then we let him go. And then we see elsewhere where he's a superstar. He is the unicorn. And it's really us and our schemes and our franchise. And really what it comes down to is our coach that's not utilizing him well. And so it really comes down to, do we want to get rid of the coach if we continue to play like this? Or do we want to get rid of the players? We really haven't given the players an opportunity to show us what they have. We got a sneak preview of Pitts, his rookie year, even though he only scored 1 touchdown. but it was his rookie year. If we only throw the ball, a few times a game, then how will we really know? And so other teams are going to pay for him. And if we're like, well, he only had X amount of yards and this amount of touchdowns, well, yeah, we only gave him a few opportunities. Maybe he'll sign with another team who will be willing to pay him that money. But if we want to stick with what we're doing, great, as long as it's working. But if it's not working, it doesn't make sense to let our toys go and benefit other teams like these.
I will say this, though. If you're the 4th overall pick, it is not a matter about yards. We all know that. It's about scoring touchdowns. And for 2 seasons for you to have, under 5 to 10 touchdowns, that is unacceptable for a top 5 pick.
What was
exactly?
Matt Ryan's biggest problem? What was Matt Ryan's
I want to hear what he got to
problem?
say. I want to hear what he raised his hand.
No, I was saying, as far as you positioning it between the coach will have to go or the player, only but one is going to, I guess, necessarily give you a return and investment as far as getting rid of them. You know what I'm saying? As far as nobody's giving us picks back for Arthur Smith.
Right.
So I think that's where that comes in.
But how are we done with our picks so far?
Millie Mills say we just need a quarterback.
I get it, but it's not about what we do with it, it's about what we get in return. We're not getting anything back in return by, if that's the proposition. Sure, but in terms of how he was alluding to as far as the yardage versus touchdowns for that value.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kind of goes back to, like, we talk about, okay, he had a great rookie year, but what was the impact on the team? Like 1,000 yards, what type of impact? Like, that's why to me, it just doesn't make sense to draft a tight end that high, because who take Pitt's great rookie year?
Mm-hmm.
Is that more impactful for the Falcons than any season with Mark Andrews and the Baltimore Ravens?
Sure. But what I'm saying is, I agree with what you're saying, but we've already drafted him. And when you look at, let's say, Matt Ryan's biggest Achilles heel was his red zone performance. Okay. That's where he struggled the most. So even though Pitts had 1,000 yards, he didn't have a 1 touchdown. Now, I'm not saying that it's all Matt Ryan's fault, but you got to look at the entire equation.
Yeah.
And then with respect to
was that Matt Ryan's issue or was that Julio Jones' issue?
Matt Ryan.
Matt has the history. Matt has the history and the reputation.
So yeah, it was the same with Julio. It was the same with Kyle Pitts.
That's what I was going to bring out.
So,
that's what I was going to bring out, because see, this is the same conversation about Julio Jones. And ask yourself, now y'all tell me, did we get the biggest bang for our buck for what we got Julio for?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No. Julio,
no.
Yes.
None of those drafted.
Hey, John, we went to two NFC championships games, John.
But the argument is that we have been more productive.
You should have won 3.
Hold up.
Wait, what was the question,
We got
John?
a Hall of Fame wide receiver for whatever we gave up.
Yeah.
Right.
And went to a
You
Super Bowl.
definitely got your bang for your buck.
And
he
went to a Super Bowl with that nigga.
He showed up. Hold on, stop. God, let everybody else talk. He showed up when he was supposed to show up. We can all sit and nitpick about him being hurt and injuries or whatever, and he make a catch and he got to go off to the sideline, whatever. But when it was time to show up, he showed up more clutch than anybody else on our team.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's where he was going. I think he was saying that we might have underutilized him because of the quarterback.
You did.
I think that's what Joe was saying. He was not saying that Julio wasn't worth the pick.
It's literally the same thing we're doing with Drake London now.
Yeah.
We're underutilizing him because of the quarterback.
I think it's worse now. I mean, we don't really know, but Matt Ryan threw the ball a lot.
We got to give it some time, y'all. Y'all remember Roddy White came in, he was dropping stuff. then he improved to like.
But within those first couple games, he had a 100-yard game. The problem was consistency, and that goes back to my point: is that at least he showed you he was a worthy first-round pick.
Right.
He just was inconsistent. He gave you a game where he looked like a first-round pick, and then he gave you a game where he dropped everything that went his way.
Right.
That's the difference. Trevor Lawrence will have a game where you're like, why did he throw that pass? But then two plays later, he makes a throw like, oh man, that is the most amazing throw I've ever seen.
Hey, I'd be happy with Trevor Lawrence right now. Now that's the other person. If we could have got Trevor Lawrence instead of Kyle Pitts, that would have been great. But there's no way that Jacksonville was going to trade that pick to us.
No, we
couldn't.
Well, no, but there was a whole lot of good talent in the draft. Like if you redrafted that draft, Pitts would be like 15.
I want to make
I totally disagree. I want to
make a quick
Brock
point.
Purdy. Man, stop mentioning Brock Purdy. Stop playing with me about Brock Purdy.
No.
man.
Hold up, Ball. Hold up. Brock Purdy.
We're not gonna do this with Brock Purdy. Bro. Like,
John, you want me to get him?
Man,
I need
you
proof.
get him,
I need
Winston.
proof.
Winston, you get him.
Yeah, get me about Brock Purdy.
Point on the tight end position.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to go about this Pitts thing. Though.
Let me roll the shoulders real quick.
Hey,
look, I'm gonna give you to you like this. Brock Purdy have not lost a game that he didn't play all the way through.
Neither has Desmond Ritter.
No, that's a lie.
Hey, that's an inconvenient
Ritter
fact.
is 3-2. He's 3-2.
Desmond Ritter's
He's
undefeated
3-2.
at home. Desmond Ritter's
I don't give a
undefeated at
damn.
home. He's never thrown an interception. See how
Brock
narrative
Purdy
works?
has not lost a game that
The
he
Harlem
has
Globetrotters
played
have never
all the
lost.
way through yet.
You don't think that has anything with them having the best defense in the
Said something
NFL?
about some Harlem Globetrotters.
They never lost.
Come on, Kelly.
Hey, seriously. That has nothing to do. It has nothing to do at all with them having one of the best defenses in the NFL and having Christian McCaffrey.
They had the score, boss. They had the score.
They got Christian McCaffrey in. I'm
I
not saying
don't
Brock
care
Purdy.
what they got.
I'm
They
not
got
saying
to have
Brock
a
Purdy is trash
quarterback.
either.
At the trade deadline.
I'm not saying that Brock Purdy is trash or nothing like that. But come on, man. Like,
Brock Purdy didn't start
if
starting.
we had Brock Purdy on our team,
he didn't start.
We had some of the same problems we got right now.
No, because
I don't
right now
even know why we're
you're
talking
talking
about
nonsense. You're talking nonsense right now.
Why
Brock
would
Purdy
you
didn't
right?
start starting. He
Listen,
didn't start
you might be
starting
right.
until after they got Christian McCaffrey. So you
bro.
can't sit there and say that.
They
That
made
man
the playoffs,
there.
but partially because of Christian
Stop
McCaffrey.
it.
Let's not act like he's not a
It's
part of what they do.
amazing.
If he
It's
goes down right-
amazing that every time I try to talk, somebody talking over me.
I'm trying to get back on
It's
Pitts.
amazing.
I mean, listen, man. I was just trying to correct the nonsense.
Nah,
that
because you're
spewing,
talking
but I'll
wild.
let you go ahead.
You're talking wild with no fact. You're talking
No, you're
wild with
talking
no
nonsense,
fact.
Hold on.
bro. They traded for that nigga for a reason.
Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. It's a civil conversation, man. We ain't gonna dig that
Yeah.
deep into it.
All right. So Brock Purdy started starting after Christian McCaffrey already got there. And then he have not lost a game since he started. He to play all the way through from wire to wire.
What was that record when he took
Point blank
over?
period. Now Desmond Ridder had lost what, 2 games?
Mm-hmm. He's undefeated at home though, including college.
And all 4 years.
Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Watch
No picks.
I mean, it's facts.
Watch
It's facts.
Hold on. Watch it.
It's facts.
What did he play? What conference did he play in?
He took his team to the playoffs. Something
No. Fuck all that. What conference did he play in?
He played in the conference that went to the playoffs.
No.
He took his
No.
team.
What
Did he
conference
play
did
in
he
with-
play in?
I don't know
He
what
played in a non-power 5 conference. He's supposed to show out. That's
To be
where
fair,
you
we
got it
told
messed
him
up
so.
at. He didn't. He wasn't in the S. He wasn't in the
I'm being
SEC.
facetious,
He
Winston.
wasn't in the
Sauce
ACC.
Gardner did
He
too.
wasn't in the
Sauce Gardner was on the same team.
Pac-12,
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Big
Thanks for
10,
point.
Big 12. He
Sauce
was
Gardner
in
was on
none
the
of
same
those.
team.
Who?
Sauce Gardner was on the Sauce Gardner was on the same team.
Yeah, a lot of talent was on their team. It's just that the rest of the company didn't have that
That's
talent.
how they end up going to the playoff.
They
had the most
That's how
that
they
team
end
in
up
the
going to
If
the
they had a
playoff.
different quarterback, I doubt they would have got to the playoffs.
Had a team full of Power 5 transfers
Stop it.
playing against Memphis.
Exactly.
So
Thank
you
you.
telling me Ritter ain't had nothing
Thank
to do with
you.
that at all, even in college?
No, Ritter had a lot to do with that.
Bro,
Yeah,
if
let me-
he had as
now-
much
now
as
we-
he had
now
as
we
much
going
to do
back
with
to- now
Clint,
we
what
talking
he
about
did
college.
with Miami.
Hold
Now you gonna
on,
tell me
hold
they
on.
had college player too, huh?
I'm not negating Ritter talent, but if you sit there and look at it, Cincinnati was some shit.
Why
While
does every conversation come back to Ritter though?
I don't know. I thought we were talking about
That's what we was
Kyle
talking
Pitts.
about.
I tried to get us out, Ritter,
The
man.
conversation
We
was
was talking about Kyle
Hey,
Pitts.
hey,
The question was-
I tried to go to Kyle Pitts and get us off Ritter, but we went right back to him. I tried to go to Kyle Pitts.
The question was, who would you have picked instead of Ritter? I said Brock Purdy. That's when QB or RC.
He wasn't available, John.
Purdy wasn't in that
Wait,
draft.
John,
He
hold
wasn't
on. Wait,
available.
hold
And
on,
that's what
hold
I'm
on,
trying
hold
to
on.
say.
Wait, let me
He
respond
wasn't
to
in that
John.
same draft.
Let me respond to John. Now, John,
wasn't-
you gotta
he
be
wasn't
honest. You would
available.
not have dropped. You would not have drafted Brock Purdy over Kyle Pitts at that point. You didn't know who Brock Purdy was.
He wasn't in the draft, Teddy.
He wasn't even in that same draft. Is what I was kept trying.
No.
He was a rookie last season.
That was my whole thing about. That was my whole point I was trying to make about Brock Purdy to begin with. Like he wasn't even in that same draft. Like
Yeah, the jury's still out on Brock
I was
Purdy.
like, y'all ain't gonna hit me
would've
with the
picked-
Brock Purdy shit.
I would
Like
have
he wasn't
picked
even in that
Michael
draft.
Parsons. Me personally, I would have picked Michael Parsons. I would have got that cornerstone on defense, and then everything else falls in line.
Now let me ask you this though.
You have to understand.
Yes, wait a minute.
Oh,
Hey,
you wrong.
you-
Brock Purdy was in that draft.
No, he wasn't. He was a rookie last year.
No, John. No, he was not.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
Okay.
Purdy came out last year.
Hey, look,
Purdy came out last year.
I agree with you about
Ritter
I
came
agree
out
with
last
you
year.
about Micah Parsons. I agree with you about Micah Parsons, but my homeboy had a point.
We talking about Kyle Pitts though.
No,
We
you're
talking
right.
about Kyle Pitts.
You said you would have drafted Micah Parsons instead, and I said I agree with you on that one.
Oh, y'all talking
But
about.
the only thing about that is nobody when they drafted him, nobody knew that he was a pass rusher like that. They thought he was just an
Everybody
off-ball.
knew that he was
They
a pass rusher
They
like
thought
that.
he
What
was
are you
going to
talking
be an
about?
off-ball. He was okay. Time out.
Stop
Go
it.
pull up the
Stop
college film of me. Go pull up the college film of him being an edge rusher and them putting him out as an edge rusher with his hands in the dirt.
And he
Because
was
that's how they
smoking
use-
shit
hold on,
that got
hold
no
on, let
piss
me
on.
finish
What are
this.
you talking
All right,
about?
hold on. Hold on, because I'm not gonna lie to you.
watched this game. I watched the
I gotta
game
kind of agree with Simo on this. When was Parsons drafted? What pick number?
11.
There you go. He was
11.
outside the top 10.
And he was known as for being a dope ass off ball linebacker. I'm not saying they blitz him and shit, but he was not a stand up edge rusher. They used him like
He was an edge. He was an edge. He was always an edge.
Hold on, Winston. Hold on. I think what Seymour is trying to say is people knew he was good, but they didn't know he was great. That's why he got drafted outside the top 10.
That's not how they even used him at Penn
But that
State.
don't even make
No,
sense.
but he
Because
fit a
y'all know,
need,
like,
though.
If you watch his game tape, you knew he was gonna be a dog.
But this
All
what
I
I'm
was saying was nobody knew he was going to be an edge rusher
I don't
like
get
that.
paid to watch game tape.
No,
I
hold
didn't
on.
watch-
But it's easy to say that in hindsight. But I'm just saying, look where he was drafted
I'm
at. You
saying
got
that beforehand.
But listen what I'm saying. You got 33% of the teams that passed over him. So obviously the consensus was he wasn't gonna be that great. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Well, no, to Faithful's point earlier, he said there was some issues. I think he was him not playing for a little bit, but
I just think it was a lot of quarterback needy teams.
there was a little bit of an issue that there was. I can't remember exactly what it was.
He got caught for like hazing some people in college, doing some like messed up stuff. That's what
it was a little controversy that they was like they tried to play him.
But it was just one of those drafts.
They knew he was going to be a dog.
So
I knew he was going to be a dog. I
he
didn't
wouldn't
know
be a
that
top
he was in
10
that way.
draft
Is what I was saying.
Let's
Nobody
not
knew
do
he
it
was
like
in that way.
Hey, can I
Like
make
4 or 5 quarterbacks win in the top 10?
Huh?
Can I
It
make
was,
one
it was
more
just one of those
pick?
quarterback heavy drafts. That's why a lot of talent kind of went down the pole because a lot of people traded up to go get a quarterback. You had
What year? What year?
the
Trevor
pick
Lawrence.
year. That's what I'm saying. You're talking
This
about
2021.
why
year?
Michael Parsons failed.
last year.
2021.
No, it was
You're talking about
because of
why
what
Yeah,
Michael
because of
Parsons
what Faison
failed.
said.
There was a lot of
2021.
quarterbacks taken in the top. A lot of people going to get a quarterback.
No,
That
Yeah,
was
because you
2021.
had eight. You had eight
1,
quarterbacks
2,
taken. You
3,
had eight
4,
quarterbacks
5
taken
quarterbacks.
in the
But
first
think
3
about it.
rounds. You had 8 quarterbacks taken, and yeah,
That's
I
5
was wrong.
in the
I was
top
wrong
15.
because I had conflated
But,
years. I was
Hey, Kelly.
saying
but,
that we should have picked
but
Brock
Hey,
Purdy instead of Desmond Ritter. That was my
hey,
point.
hey,
I got it
Kelly.
conflated,
Mm.
but
It could be
we
worse.
we
We could have
damn
drafted
near
Zach
had
Wilson or Trey Lance.
no,
Yeah,
no,
they
and
wanted.
no.
They was looking
But
at Trey Lance
at the
too.
Hey,
same
everybody
time, though,
wanted Trey Lance. Everybody wanted Trey
Now, I
Lance.
don't know if it would be a
at
worse
the
situation than
same
what we
time,
in
though,
now. I don't
Oh,
know
it
if that would be a
definitely
worse
we
situation.
had
What the
our
situation
pick
we in? It's just
of
been
a
one game.
defensive player.
You know you
We
bad when
had our
Shanahan
pick
don't want
of
you.
a defensive player. Point
Okay.
blank period. We had our pick of a defensive player, and we went and got a goddamn tight end.
I'm gonna tell you why. Hey,
I'm not mad at that.
this is why I think we got the tight end. I've been trying to make this point for a while.
I mean,
Arthur
I
Smith,
understand why we
Arthur
got a
Smith,
tight
Hold
end
on,
because
hold on, Winston. Let him go. Let him go. Go ahead,
Arthur
ATL
Smith,
Jordan Faithful.
you know, he was a tight end coach for a while, for a stop. And you look around the league, a lot of the successful teams have a great tight end. So they probably did their board up. He had him the highest graded out at that position, like they say, and they took him because we didn't have a premier tight end. So he knows the tight end position. He wanted to get the best tight end. And you look at, you know, like Kelsey, and you look at some of these other good teams, the Patriots for years, they did it with tight ends, with Gronk, and that's what I think his probably mindset was.
But ATL, you got to think of capital. We invested a 2nd-round pick in Hayden Hurst the year before.
I know. I'm
Hurst
just
wasn't
saying,
that good though.
I think that's why he did it there. That's
Hurst ain't been good nowhere though. He hasn't been great nowhere. He's
Well,
been
in
solid.
week 1, he scored and ours didn't. Our unicorn didn't. He scored.
He got us down there to score.
but we won.
Yeah,
Right.
that
I
is true,
mean,
Simo.
I mean, listen. If he turns out and he becomes what Travis Kelsey is, but better, nobody's saying none of that. If he doesn't get hurt last year, and he put up another 800 to 1,000 yards, nobody's saying that about Kyle Pitts. I mean, to be fair, I mean it's his 3rd season. Let's see what happens. Usually rookie tight ends don't even do as good as he did. It usually takes rookie tight
I mean, but hypotheticals go both ways.
I'm just
He
saying.
could be the next Kelsey, and he could be a bum.
I'm just going off of what we have seen. He got hurt. He was the most missed target last year, and we know he delivered as a rookie. And usually rookie tight ends don't deliver like that. The only one other tight end did better than him. That was Mike Ditka.
We might as well take out last year because he was hurt half the year and he had Mario.
Right. I'm just saying. I trust that we'll talk about that when it happens. Just like we can't say hypotheticals. We don't know that he's going to be bad. So we can't assume he's going to be bad. We see him to be good.
Yeah. Simo, if he finishes with less than 1,000 yards this season, do you pick up his 5th-year option?
If Kyle Pitts finishes with like 700 or 800 yards, absolutely, I pick up.
If we win,
I still pick up his
I think that
option.
was tied his original question.
And I hope
right, right.
I hope hopefully if he has like 700 or 800 yards, Drake London has also like 700 or 800 yards, and Bijan Robinson got like 1,500 all-purpose yards. Or something like that. That's what I'm hoping for.
We ain't even talked about London. We ain't even talked about London being underutilized.
One game.
Let me go back to something that Simo that you said as to who all we could have gotten instead of getting Kyle Pitts. Now you had 8 doggone quarterbacks taken in those first 3 rounds,
except for Lawrence.
Pardon?
I would have taken Trevor Lawrence, and I wouldn't have taken who else.
And see, Trevor Lawrence, and you know what? Trevor Lawrence was a question mark until they got Urban Meyer out from down there in Jacksonville, because Jacksonville wasn't doing nothing. Because so Trevor Lawrence, you had Zach Wilson, You had Trey Lance. Okay, those are the first three. Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, and Davis Mills. Now, your coach that you have here in Atlanta is supposed to be a guru, according to what everybody's saying.
Who says he's a guru? First,
I don't think I ever heard anybody call him a guru.
That's my question too. That's my question too.
I don't think he's a guru. I think that's a little bit unfair.
Well, boss man, that's what they saying he is.
I think you throwing that out there.
Hold up, and we hired him too under that guru moniker.
We did not.
Yes, you did.
He's an offensive line guru. He's an offensive line guru.
He
and a rushing guru.
He may be, but you hired that man. You picked that man and hired him because he's supposed to be an offensive guru. Now,
so who did you want to hire?
Everybody knows. Everybody that's been paying attention to football for the past 5 years knows that Tennessee only goes as far as Derrick Henry takes them. All right. But you hired this man. He said when Matt Ryan came here, and Matt Ryan needed some work, he said he was gonna help him be a better quarterback. That came out of his own pie hole.
Well, he did look better. He did look better than he did the year before that.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Matt Ryan had a better year with him than he did.
No, he didn't.
No, he did.
He had a stomachache.
Wait. Hold on.
I don't think anybody.
Matt Ryan had his worst year in 2021 compared to 2020.
What was his last season under there?
No, he didn't. Matt Ryan.
I feel like he threw more interceptions on the internet, man.
Okay. Now, on top of all of that, he said that he was going to work with him and make him better. That's what Arthur Smith said. So he's supposed to be some type of quarterback whisperer, quarterback guru. Okay, with your number 4 pick, and you're coming into a new franchise, and you need to establish yourself. Okay, it's time for you to get you a quarterback. Number 4, you get a quarterback. You could have gotten Kyle Pitts in the 2nd round. Everybody, the consensus
there ain't no way.
He wasn't going to be there no
consensus around the league. Now, just going by what they were saying around the league, the consensus around the league is that you could have gotten Kyle Pitts in the 2nd round.
That's a lot. You ain't heard that.
He wasn't going to be there.
Yes, I did.
He wasn't going to be there,
man.
He wasn't be there in the 2nd.
And then on top of that,
Pitts was not going to make it past the top 10.
And then on top of that,
yeah, he was going top 10.
Pitts was not a pick to start a new franchise around. Tight ends are not team builders.
They're not, but he wasn't going to go to the 2nd round either.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, he was going to go to the 2nd round. Did anybody else need a tight end?
John, he wasn't going to go to the 2nd round, John.
Did anybody else need a tight end? Like we said, we needed it?
John, some people had him as the 2nd pick.
Right.
Yeah, I know some of them did, but some people, well, if I'm not mistaken, they said he could have gone into the 2nd round, that we overpaid for him.
No, he wasn't going to the 2nd, John.
There was nobody.
Smoke.
They said, a lot of people said we overpaid for him.
That had him in the 2nd round. There was not
John,
a universe that was in the 2nd round.
Yeah, he was.
John, I thought we paid for him.
I hear y'all talking. I'll go look. But I know one thing: you shouldn't have picked that man at number 4. Bad as you needed a quarterback. And for those people who were talking about the fact that we already had Matt Ryan under contract and everything, and that we couldn't afford one, you were gonna have to pick one anyway because you paid Kyle Pitts quarterback money.
So what quarterback did you want? I wanted Justin Fields at the time. I'm happy that we did not draft Justin Fields.
My thing is, I don't care what quarterback you got.
You gotta care because
I don't.
All of them suck except for one.
Let me tell you why.
Not necessarily.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. That's that head coach's job to develop that quarterback. Since he's supposed to be the guru, and since he's supposed to be the quarterback whisperer, and now we find out that he had a man in the position of quarterback coach that didn't know what the heck he was doing. Thank goodness poor Fields or just Hurts or anybody else didn't come here. Thank goodness you drafted a quarterback in the 3rd round, because see, the thing is, you're not paying him that much money, and you're not going to owe him anything if it becomes a bust. And
What
that was one
quarterback-
of the points that everybody was making. Oh, well, you know, if he works out, it'll be good. But if he doesn't, we didn't spend that much money on him, so we can
what
just get rid of
quarterback
him.
coach was so bad?
Pardon?
What quarterback coach was so bad?
Who is that? Simo, you asking that?
Yeah, what?
Okay, I tell you what, you got a homework assignment. You got a homework assignment. Go
He ain't
to
been
the
watching
Falcons,
Waffle House.
go to the 2021 Falcons coaching staff listing and look and see the qualifications of the quarterback coach that we had here.
Now, John, does
You're
Simo
talking
look
about
like
2021, not last year. Not last year.
2021 and 2022 too.
Hey, Red, what you think about Pitts?
I don't think it mattered what quarterback you would have got. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Say what now?
I was asking Red what he thought about Pitts. I ain't heard him speak in a second.
I mean, he's a decent player, but not worth a number 4 pick. Not when we start a new regime. John's right. You don't go tight end when you start a new regime.
Justin Fields?
Well, in hindsight, I'm gonna be honest and say, yeah, that's who I would have liked to take him. But now that we don't see what he looked like in the last 2 years, and then I'm looking at the coaching staff that we have, that probably would have been a mistake too. Because I don't believe in the coaches. I don't believe we would have had the coaches to develop them the right way.
We wouldn't have had no weapons for him either.
Or you know what? You could have taken that 4th round pick and parlayed that into some lower round picks and built your offense, built your defense, done whatever. That's what you could have done with that 4th round pick.
You said that like this is just a game of Madden and you just gonna magically make 4th rounders become something else though. Like,
hey,
to be fair, we did.
Sir, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
We did draft Tyler Algier and other people later in those rounds.
You needed offensive line help because you didn't know what McGarry was going to be.
You want to go get
you
that?
You had 1 year McGarry. He sucked. So
you
could have parlayed that number 4 pick into other round picks, lower 1st round, 2nd round picks. Build up your defensive line, build up your offensive line.
You still had Lindstrom and McGarry under rookie contracts. So come on, man. Like
we got a good team. I'm saying we got a good team. They got a plan. They putting it in place. We just gonna have to see how it plays out.
I understand that sometimes you're like, oh, we have a player better, but it doesn't work like, oh, there's an offensive tackle better than the offensive tackle we have, who isn't the worst in the league, but he ain't the best offensive tackle in the league. You just got to work with what you got sometimes. If you already drafted, if you drafted high positions on your guard and your tackle, and you got a solid tackle on the other side, you gotta let that play out and see what happens, and give those guys 3 or 4 years to see if they're good or they're going to be worth re-signing, or else you wasted a rookie deal with.
They didn't let Tyler Algier play out.
I'll address that in a second. I'll address that right after this.
Real quick. That doesn't make any sense. Now
so
we've been running
for that reason. It would have been bad.
The Falcons. Hold on, Bob. The Falcons have been running people in and out of this team like shit through a goose for the past 2 years. Yep. Okay,
we just let the league
free agents, draft picks, whatever. If you can play, you can play. If you can't, you gone. That's what we've been doing for the past 3 years. So McGarry, it was at the beginning of 2022. It was doubtful in everybody's mind here as to whether McGarry was going to be here for his next contract, because the first 2 years McGarry was here, McGarry knows better than he did. For the first 3 years he was here, McGarry knows block stopped up better than he could block.
He cannot pass block. So
and the man still can't pass block. Then you had Matt Hennessy that was supposed to move over to center. He couldn't move no place. He looking like a dead
Okay, Paul. All right, real quick, y'all. Real quick. It's 2 minute offense time now. 2 minute offense. 2 minute offense. That means we're about to wrap everything up. So what we're gonna do is everybody gonna have their chance. You got 2 minutes or less. If you go past 2 minutes, you're gonna hear the bell go off. Keys to winning the Green Bay game. We're gonna go around the panel. 2 minutes or less. We're gonna go around the clock. Mark, you on the clock. I'm starting the time clock now. Go.
Hey, 2-minute warning. Hey, at the end of the day, man, we have to depend on our strengths. Our strength is running the ball. We got to run the ball. It's that simple. We got to run the ball. We got to be creative with running the ball. I feel like I'll just miss mine. These short passes is an extension of the run game. So I don't really take that away from Ridder. So again, we got to rely on our strengths, and we have to contain the quarterback just like we did against Carolina, and hope that he throws it right to us. I think those are the keys to the game. I'm excited for this game because I feel like we'll learn a lot about our team with this game. So again, I'm super excited about this game, this matchup. We're at home. If you go into the game, you gotta rise up. Third down, you better be up out your seat. You better be making noise. And again, continue to build off that momentum that we have from our week 1 win. Rise up.
Let's get it. All right, Simo, you on the clock. 2 minutes or less. 2-minute offense. Go.
I think first and foremost, we got to control the line of scrimmage. On our side of the ball, we have to be able to run the ball effectively to try to be able to set up play action. And on the defensive side, we have to stop their run. I don't think that Aaron Jones is probably going to play this game. If they don't, that makes them a lot more one-dimensional. And so if we can shut down Dylan, we can really unleash and put pressure on Jordan Love. I don't think that Love is as good as he was against Chicago. I think he's solid, but I don't think he's as good as he was against Chicago. So I think we got to put pressure on him and give him some different looks and try to fluster him and confuse him a little bit. And if our cornerbacks can just play somewhat solid and work in tandem with our defensive line, that'll be huge for us.
Dig it. All right, and Steven, you on the clock. 2 minutes or less. 2-minute offense. Go.
I think we need an effective pass rush. We need to protect Ridder better. We need to continue to pound the ball, but be prepared to have a balanced attack. I think Green Bay is going to be prepared to try to stop the run because that's the story for the Atlanta Falcons, that we run the ball. So I think we need a balanced attack. And I think more importantly than any of that, we need to be able to make adjustments. And so if they come out prepared to prevent us from throwing the ball because they think they're trying to be cute, then we need to pound the ball. So adjustments, that's what we need to be.
Got it. All right, ATL Jordan Faithful, you on the clock. 2 minutes or less. Go.
2 minutes or less. Control the clock. We need to hit some sustained drives. I think they're going to hit London on some quick slants and get Pitts more involved. We still got to run the ball. Jerry Gray is going to be a key. He knows this team. I think we kind of played similar to the Panthers game in the sense that we're going to bait Love into some picks. And our defense, I think Calais Campbell going to get that 100 sack. And I think we're going to hit them up. I think we're going to start off 2-0. ATL Hunt.
I love it. Kelly, you on the clock. 2 minutes or less.
I think this game is on Arthur Smith. The strength of that Green Bay defense is their secondary. They do have a nice front seven, but they got a really nice secondary. So this wouldn't be the game to open up for Ridder, but it's on Arthur Smith to be creative with how he dials up those plays, because you don't want him just dropping back and throwing into that secondary. So I think this falls on the lap of Arthur Smith about his play calling and how creative he's going to be to attack that defense, which is probably going to be one of the best defenses we face this year.
Got it. John Harris, you on the clock. 2 minutes or less. Go.
Don't fall behind. That's it.
I agree.
Yeah, me too.
Right,
Especially after losing together.
Who was that next? That
Right.
James, you still with us, James? I think James
still here?
No, I think he gone. Okay, so Red, you on the clock. Go.
Man, we got to open up this offense a little more. I know the Green Bay has a decent secondary, but if they defensive coaches have any brains, they probably gonna limit our run game. So we're gonna have to see the passing game open up a little. We just gonna have to see a more balanced offensive attack. Defense, I have no problem. Defense holds Green Bay to 10 points, then we'll win the game. If the defense holds Green Bay to 10 points, we'll win the game. But I just believe Jordan Love is capable of a few more plays than the rookie Bryce Young. And if that's possible, and if that's true, Ritter, you're gonna have to make more than a few plays, more than one good pass, well, more than one throw down the field to Kyle Pitts, and he had to adjust to make it. So, like I say, balanced offense, solid defense. Falcons should come away with a victory. Balanced offense, not one dimension.
I love it. 2-minute offense. Winston, you on the clock. Go. You there, Winston?
So yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Get your notes together now.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You on the clock.
All right. Here we go. Thing number one, start Tyler Algier. If we get the ball first, put that sledgehammer in there. Make them know that it's not going to be an easy day at all. Set the tempo early. Set that tempo early. And then you come in with a cute shit with goddamn Bijan Robinson. But set that tempo early. I'm gonna be a bigger dog than you a dog. Point blank period. Point blank period. I'm not having it. I'm not sitting there. I'm not gonna sit there and minimize it, whatever. I am the bigger dog right now, and I'm gonna sit there and force that on you. Impose your will, and then I need somebody on the edge route, either AK or Bud Dupree or Ellis, Caden Ellis. I need somebody to have an impact on this game. Pass rushing wise. I need one of those three to have an impact on this game. Pass rushing wise. I need them to neutralize what Green Bay front seven is going to be able to do. Somebody had to step up. Can't sit there and bank on Jesse Bates to do the same thing that he did last week.
2 minutes up, bro. That's it. 2 minutes up.
I knew it. I knew
it. Set. Got set. And I'm gonna start the clock on myself. Also, go. I'm just gonna say, man. I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna probably rush Ridder a lot. They're gonna probably stack the box, as much as they can to try to stop us from running. So I think they're gonna try to force Atlanta to beat them, throwing the ball if they can. We are facing Jordan Love, who sat behind Aaron Rodgers for multiple years. So don't expect to get 2 interceptions. It would be great if we did, but I wouldn't bet on it happening. Maybe one at the very most. I'm not saying that we got to throw for 250 yards to win this game, but I think we might have to be a little more creative on the offensive side of the ball to win the game. If we play mistake-free football, we're at home. I love the energy from the fan base. I think this is another game we're going to take. I got Atlanta winning 21-17. Play smart football, protect the football, don't make any turnovers, and just do a lot of what we did last year. And don't put too much on Ridder. I don't think he's ready for it yet. I think we go home with the victory. And that's everybody. Before we get out of here, I want to thank everybody on the panel. Also, Seymour, I want to welcome you to the Waffle House. You survived initiation. You stayed with us all 4 hours and 30 minutes. We threw everything we could at you. You didn't break. You stood in the paint. So you survived initiation. Welcome to the Waffle House, my brother. Before we go, I want everybody, if you got anything you want to promote, go ahead and promote it. Starting with ATL Georgia Faithful. Let them know your YouTube.
Oh, yeah. YouTube, ATLGA Faithful. That's what it is. That's all it is.
All right. And also, Seymour, you got anything you want to promote? You want to promote your any of your social media?
Yeah, man. You can catch me on IG and on YouTube with The Rogue Maven. And also I'm on IG as The C Mitchell.
Well, thank you, Seymour.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys having me here, man. It was my first experience, going this route with some things. So it was a learning curve, but I definitely appreciate you guys. I appreciate y'all patience. I appreciate all the love and hospitality y'all showed me, man.
Appreciate you, bro. Come back and join us also next Friday. We do this every Friday, man. Like, this just how we are, man. We wild and we crazy.
Yeah, see, man, I love it. I love it, man.
Yeah, but you survived. You did great. You did better than most first timers do. So
it, man.
we fuck with you.
Thank you. I'd love to come back.
Yeah, and Kelly, you got anything you want to promote, man? Your social media, anything?
Nah, y'all get. My job is just to get under people's skin. All the Dez Bryant and the Ryan Knight. If I see you up there, yeah, that's my job.
That's what's
like.
You
We love you,
Kelly.
We love you.
Yeah, I got a couple of them planned, and I'm definitely going to London, but some of these other trips are tentative, depending on what happens these next couple of weeks. I might. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
That's what's happening. Red, go ahead and promote your podcast, bro.
Kelly really is an undercover spy.
Who you spying for?
You talking about me?
Yeah, you say he an undercover spy.
No, I'm just talking about Trump. I'm just tripping with him. All trips he taking.
Oh. Well, go ahead and promote your podcast,
right.
Red.
Yeah, I'm Red. You can find me on IG and Facebook. And the Red and Real Sports Show tomorrow, 11 a.m. YouTube, Facebook, or whenever you wake up, catch it on my page and YouTube. But episode 292 tomorrow, 11 a.m.
292. That's years in the game. John Harris, anything you want to promote?
We coming.
Yes, sir.
Me and Winston coming.
We're gonna keep that on the hush, John, until the product is ready. We're gonna keep that on the hush. Mark Channing, what you got to promote, bro? Let them know your social media.
Yeah, hey, Mark Channing, AtlantaBirdGang, y'all know what it is. C-Mo, shouts out to you, man. You survived. You a beast. ATL Jordan faithful. Hey, love to see you. Kelly, bruh, stop hiding. We love you. Steven, same to you. Stop hiding, bruh. We need
Steven.
you. We love you. Hey, Red,
I'm gonna be back, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I already know, Kelly. Hey, Red, I already know what time it is, man. Hey, we need you. James, if you're there. Winston, if you're there. And shout out to Martin Luther John, man. He's sipping that red rock. Hey, keep it coming. Hey, but you already know, man. You already know post game. Hey, all what is that? 7 of y'all. All 7 of y'all. We need y'all to show up to the Bleacher Report post game. Hop in there. Do something for us, man. Comment, like something. We know the engagement is important. Definitely appreciate y'all coming out. And we probably will be here post game, on YouTube. So y'all be on the lookout. Make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all put that bell icon on. And of course, man, let's make sure we show love to Tidy, the OG, the architect, the CEO. Shouts out to Big T for making this shit possible. Man, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. And rise up, man. Y'all know what time it is, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm going to raise up, all right. I'm going to raise up on them.
And let me just finish it off, man. I'm tired. You can always find me at Atlanta Bird Gang, YouTube, of course, where everybody's watching that. Let me shout out to Mark, the right-hand man. I appreciate you, bro. Much love to you. Also to Steven, man. Thank you very much for joining us. Shout out Red on the track. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for coming through. ATL Georgia Faithful, thanks as always. The Mr. International Kelly Stinson, bouncing from country to country. You might find him in America on Monday. You might find him in Finland on Wednesday. You don't never know. But that's my boy. That's my dog. And also shout out to Winston in the building. Thank you for coming through. John, also shout out to the Wolf for coming through. And Simo, like I said, you survived, bro. Go ahead, Winston. Go ahead and finish it up.
Hey, fella, I loved it. Been a great show. But watch out for next week. Watch out for next week. That's all I'm gonna say. Just watch out for next week. You can find me on Facebook, Winston Thornton. You can find me in ABG all day, every day. Rep that to the day out that ATL, goddamn Falcon, rise up. Let's get it.
That's what's up.
Get it.
And I think we got everybody. ATL Georgia Faithful. Did you say on YouTube?
Yeah, I did. We good.
Okay, we good, man. Much love to y'all, brothers, man. This been a blast, man. We'll be back next Friday. Y'all know how we do the fuss at each other, the cuss at each other, but it's all love. Go Falcons at the end of the day. Peace to y'all. Everybody be safe this weekend. God bless all y'all. We out of here. Bye.